Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
Commissioner, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, can you hear us?
Okay, great. I'll mute myself.
Dave, you good?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to the Public Service Commission's administrative meeting for June 12, 2024. Before we get to the official business, I just want to note that this is our first administrative meeting since Commissioner O'Donnell's retirement last week, and I want to take an opportunity to comment on the work we had with him, at least in my case, over the last year or so. But he had a long career in state service, starting with the legislature and then as commissioner. And most of my interactions with him were when I was sitting at that table and he was up here. But he always had a devoted interest in the public interest, and he was always very much a stickler for making sure that this commission implemented the policies that were adopted by the governor and the General Assembly. You know, he understood his role as being one of those, and was, as I'm sure lots of people in this audience remember, was very willing to hold people's feet to the fire in order to make sure that the policies that were adopted by the General Assembly and were given to us were in fact implemented. And even though he may not have necessarily agreed with those policies, you know, he understood that it was our job to make sure that the state policies were put into motion, and that the entities that we supervise, you know, follow those rules and regulations. So we're going to miss his counsel and sense of justice, but we wish him well in his retirement. And I want to give the other commissioners any opportunity they have to make any comments, starting with Commissioner Richard.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I agree with everything you said, and also just want to say what a great honor it has been for me to serve alongside Commissioner O'Donnell. I've always been just always impressed his pride and his devotion to his family. He often would bring that up, and particularly how excited he was as he added grandchildren to his family. Also, just, you know, I know he was very proud of the service to his nation as a veteran and part of the Navy. I always enjoyed hearing his anecdotes about that. And of course, you already stated his commitment to the state, decades of service in the legislature, you know, here at the commission, and it was, you know, I mean, when he first got here, he was kind of excited about digging into these issues, and I was just really impressed how quickly he did, you know, study and become quite expert in many of the topics that we deal with. And he was also a great leader for our state at NARUC. And also at Microgrid and in those institutions. I think he served us very well. So all in all, it's been a great honor working with him, and I know our nation and state are better for it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I came in just in the last year, and so my and this was my first engagement with Commissioner O'Donnell. So I don't have the long history of my colleagues, but I was told before I came that Commissioner O'Donnell had a long work life in the legislature, and that his position on issues would be very different than my own. So in coming here, I expected to be butting heads on lots of different issues with him, and I can't remember an issue where we had any disagreement, and I sort of took from that, as the chairman mentioned, his great commitment to following the rule of law, following the legislature. But I also sensed in him a great commitment to doing the right thing, and to doing the right thing for ratepayers. And so it was, so I learned from him, particularly in my first sort of couple of months here, of how to be a commissioner. And so I think the state has done very well by him, and we have lost a colleague here, and will unfortunately be the worse for it. So thank you.
And Commissioner Barbe, who's had a really long history with Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony O'Donnell and I have known each other for 29 years, and me being a liberal Democrat and he being a conservative Ronald Reagan Republican, we did not agree on policies, and at first we didn't get along that well, but very quickly I came to respect his integrity and his intellect, and I hope he did mine as well. We had a long and very interesting but friendly career together. I served as the Democratic Majority Leader, and he was my counterpart as the Republican Minority Leader, and we fought famously on the floor of the House. We put it all aside when we got off the House floor, and we always had a relationship where we would disagree, but we would never allow our disagreements to stop us from working together where we did agree. We moved beyond those roles. I became the chairman of the Environment and Transportation Committee, and one of my first acts was to put together my leadership team, and that would, of course, include a ranking Republican member. And my first choice was Tony O'Donnell, because I understood his intellect and his desire to support the institution of the House of Delegates and of the committee. There were some people who questioned that decision of mine, but he was clearly the best choice for that. His counsel and his hard work was a benefit to both our committee and the General Assembly as well. And oftentimes he would come to me and say, you know, Kumar, we Republicans can't vote for these three bills, but as long as certain provisions are not in there, it'll go down more smoothly on the floor of the House. And of course, he was always very interested in making sure that the committee and the House worked smoothly to implement the will of the majority, even in those instances where he didn't agree with them. I very much look forward to working with him when I came here, because I knew we would have a productive working relationship, and we did, and I learned a great deal from him. He is a person who believes in the institutions of government, and by that I don't necessarily mean funding them as generously as I might want to. I mean it in the sense of honesty and integrity and hard work. I want to conclude my comments with one interesting observation. He and I both attended the Pete Rawlings leadership program. And at the end of this very useful, very interesting one-week program in leadership, we were asked to choose among a variety of photographs to describe our life philosophy. And so, of course, I naturally chose a rocket, being launched up into the air. And Tony's choice is an interesting one. It was obviously at a steel mill with molten iron being poured into a vessel. And I asked him about that, and he described it as his philosophy that people's integrity and their character is forged in the heat of in the pressure of life and in the heat of conflict, and that's how you really forge a lasting, important character. And I think that is a very good way to describe Tony O'Donnell. He's a man who has forged a life and a career of integrity through hard work, through adversity, and through conflict occasionally. And it's that which I'm going to miss the most. And so, Tony, again, congratulations on a terrific career in the military and in the legislature and in this commission, and congratulations on a well-deserved retirement after a long life of service to the nation and the state.
Okay, thank you very much, and we wish Commissioner O'Donnell a long and happy retirement. So with that, we have draft minutes from our administrative meeting of May 29th, 2024 to approve. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 3 items on today's consent agenda. Item number 1 is a notice from Breaker Box LLC of a change in its trade name. Item number 2 is a request from Big Spring Solar LLC for an extension of the Community Solar Pilot Program operational deadline. And item number 3 is a notice from Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company of the cancellation of a bond from Maryland Energy Trust LLC.
Okay, regarding item 1, I move that we note the filing. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Regarding item 2, I move that we grant the company the requested waiver of the operational deadline for the Big Spring Solar Project from June 18, 2024 to December 18th, 2024. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. And regarding item 3, I move that we cancel the company's electricity supplier license. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 4 on the administrative agenda is a request from Lagore Bridge Solar Center LLC for approval of its decommissioning plan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, Chris Velo on behalf of staff. This item is Lagore Bridge Solar Center LLC's request for commission approval of decommissioning plan filed on April 1st, 2024, and its revised decommissioning plan filed on May 23rd, 2024, pursuant to PPRP condition number 22, which the commission adopted in authorizing the company to construct its solar project. PPRP condition number 22 requires Lagore Bridge to obtain commission approval of the decommissioning plan along with a forecasted cost from a third-party consultant to determine the amount of a surety bond, letter of credit, or other financial security that the company must obtain in connection with decommissioning. In its filing, Lagore Bridge describes its plan for decommissioning activities for equipment associated with the project after its useful life. The plan also addresses removal of all structures, foundations, restoration of topsoil, and vegetation. Lagore Bridge forecasts that it will incur a total decommissioning cost of $1.93 million, and the company will obtain a surety bond in the amount of $201,466.20 to cover the forecasted administrative costs, legal fees, and the forecasted total trucking costs for removing all equipment from the project site, and also to reflect the impact of inflation and an additional 10% contingency in connection with the forecasted decommissioning cost. Staff also notes that PBRP filed a letter on June 10th, 2024, and it does not oppose the plan. Staff recommends that the Commission approve Lagore Bridge's proposed decommissioning plan and direct the company to provide documentary evidence for securing a surety bond of $201,466.20 prior to the start of construction. Thank you.
So, any questions for staff? And just so checking the box, PPRP is fine with this arrangement, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're from?
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Maggie Witherup on behalf of Lagore Bridge Solar. Present with me is Andrew Urquhart, who's the Director of Development for the project, and Heather Hutton with Kimley Horn, who developed the decommissioning plan. I'd like to thank staff and PPRP for their comments and questions, and want to point out that we did revise the plan in response to those comments and questions, and so we thank them for their thoughtful review and recommendation, and we're here if you have any questions.
So, any questions for the applicant? So with that, I move that we approve the company's revised decommissioning plan and direct the company to provide documentary evidence for the securing of a bond of $201,466.20 prior to the start of construction. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, items 5 through 9 all concern updated purchase of receivables rates from respectively Baltimore Gas and Electric Company for gas and electric, the Potomac Edison Company, Potomac Electric Power Company, and Washington Gas Company.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Eric Delgado on behalf of staff. BGE, Pepco, PE, DPL, and WGL filed proposed tariff revisions to reflect the company's updated purchase receivables discount rates. The POR discount rate is updated annually and is effective for 12 months. Staff notes that newly enacted legislation, Senate Bill 1, will prohibit electric and gas suppliers from selling and utilities from purchasing residential accounts receivable effective January 1st, 2025. The law will prohibit POR for residential retail choice in utility consolidated billing, and thus shortening the rate effective period for residential POR discount rates for customers from 12 to 7 or 6 months, depending on the utility. Staff recommends that the Commission accept all the POR rates as filed other than DPL. DPL's proposed POR discount rate is uniquely based on uncollected costs and billed electric revenue over the life of the program, which is different from the methodology used by the other utilities who consider uncollected costs and billed electric revenue for the most recent calendar year or 12-month period. In DPL's 6 POR filing, the company deviated from the typical method in response to it incurring large increases in uncollectible expenses, which would have resulted in abnormally high POR discount rates. DPL also amortized write-off balances for several years to mitigate large increases in the discount rate. In the instant filing, DPL's proposed POR discount rate for residential customers is 1.2104%, which would be a 44.48% decrease from the present rate of 2.1803%. The proposed discount rate for Type 1, Type 2, and hourly service customers would remain unchanged at 0%. Considering that previous residential write-off balances have been fully amortized as of the company's 11th POR filing, and that residential POR will be prohibited on January 1st, 2025, staff finds that DPL's current method for determining the POR discount rate for residential customers is no longer necessary. Staff believes that using write-off balances available for the most recent calendar year, 2023, will better reflect DPL's current write-off balances and minimize outstanding balances once POR is prohibited. Using Pepco's methodology, staff calculates that the proposed residential POR discount rate would be 2.1739%, which is slightly lower than DPL's current residential POR discount rate. Staff recommends that the Commission accept DPL's updated discount rates as revised by staff to be effective July 1st, 2024, and for the company to file clean copies of its tariff. Staff does not recommend the Commission accept DPL's proposed tariff language, since staff is no longer supportive of DPL's current method for calculating the residential POR discount rate. Staff also recommends that the Commission accept Pepco's POR rates for filing with an effective date of July 1st, 2024. Staff recommends that the Commission accept BGE and PE's POR rate for filing with an effective date of June 1st, 2024. And staff recommends that the Commission accept for filing WGL's POR rates effective June 30th, 2024. Finally, staff recommends that the Commission require each utility to file no later than September 1st, 2024, an update on ongoing residential POR balances, provide recommended changes to POR rates in the remaining months, a plan resolving final residential POR balances, and an explanation of how each utility will address retail supply billing conducted through UCB once SB 1 takes effect. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
So, any questions for staff? Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning. So um, I guess the question is there, are there legal issues around continuing PORs following SB1?
So once,
So, Your Honor, SB1 is certainly something that is being, there's a lot of work to do within the commission. And the POR rates are going to be effective. We recommend they become effective now, on it's June 1, I believe, and that they remain effective until SB1 is handled. But in the meantime, we anticipate getting additional information from the utilities.
Okay, but so basically everything stays in place until the legal issues around SB1 are resolved.
Well, but not past the date in the statute.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner Richard?
Yeah, I guess that was a similar question. And so on January 1st, POR is no longer allowed. So what happens at that point? If you're a retail supply customer, will you then receive a bill directly from your retail supplier, or what happens at that point? Is that probably not directly related to this, but I'm kind of interested to know what the transition is and if that's being factored into some of these costs.
yeah, I'll let David Hoppick, who's on WebEx, to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Commissioner Richard, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you. So what replaces residential POR for utility consolidated billing is obviously a very large issue for commission determination and utility implementation. We're not taking a position in these buck sheets on what precisely should be done. We do have the recommendation that is kind of a backstop recommendation if the commission has not already issued an order of decisions or guidance on this, asking the utilities as part of their September 1, 2024 filing to explain how they will conduct utility consolidated billing, given that POR will be prohibited as of January 1, 2024. We will still have POR in effect through the end of 2024. Our goal with the September 1st filing is to get an update on specific residential balances. So, POR, there's uncollectible costs, there's late fees that offset those uncollectible costs, and then there's the POR revenues that balance and basically cover the utilities costs with respect largely to uncollectible costs. We want to basically have a check-in, see how good the POR rate is at offsetting those costs. And then if the utilities think that there needs to be a revision in the rate, there could be, and then we could have that that revised rate presumably in effect for the final 3 months of residential POR. There's also the issue, there will be outstanding balances. I don't think there's any circumstance in which uncollectible costs will exactly match the POR revenues utilities will be collecting. So we're asking utilities to submit a plan for how to resolve that. We also spoke a bit in the comments about the fact that, uncollectible costs are not known for quite a while. So, for example, if a customer is billed, a retail supply residential customer is billed through UCB in December, and that customer never pays the bill and eventually is disconnected, there's going to be about 4 to 6 months before that uncollectible cost is actually a known expense for the utility. So, part of the plan will presumably talk about the timeline. When the utilities will know the final balances, and then if there's an amount that needs to be returned to suppliers or collected from suppliers, or however that is dealt with, that we're asking that be submitted by September 1st. But yeah, on the bigger picture issue, we're not trying to resolve that. It is a very large decision with multiple, presumably lots of stakeholders have lots of opinions about that. But we're trying to deal with the fact that POR is going away specifically for residential.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, see, this is a big change, and so I think we'll all be very interested to see how we're going to do this in this short amount of time. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbie, any questions?
None for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so let me get reactions from the company, starting with Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Good morning, Commissioners. Beverly Sucra on behalf of the BGE. First, I'd like just to recommend that the picture behind Commissioner Barvey be displayed during all meetings, because I have to say it really, especially come maybe next January, February, that would make, I think, everyone.
So it will be done.
There you go. Just want to say that, certainly the utilities, BGE, is willing to work with staff and anyone else to give them the information they need to help us try and figure out how this is going to work. I think a complicating factor, though, is that POR is not going to end for residential customers on January 1st. Section 6 of SB 1 says that it ends January 1st for any new contracts or any renewed contracts, which I don't want to get into the weeds. The utilities have no idea how we're going to find that information out. So if a supplier enters into a contract with a residential customer, a 12-month contract on December 15th, that contract presumably can still have purchase of receivables applied to it for at least 12 months. So, staff's idea that this is, the rates are going to no longer be necessary after January 1st is not correct. And so that's, why I think we've been urging everyone that we need to start talking about SB1 and how it's going to work as soon as possible, because there are a lot of little quirky details in there that I think are going to raise a lot of questions that are going to need to be discussed and possibly brought to the Commission for guidance.
Well, let me just respond to that just briefly. We actually have been, since the General Assembly session ended, been working internally with various parts of the Commission and trying to figure out how we're going to implement SB1. So it's actually sort of a work in progress. So expect to hear more from us regarding what information we need and what decisions we're going to make on how we implement all the various provisions that are contained in that statute. Potomac Edison.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Jessica Reba on behalf of Potomac Edison. I think I'm just going to go for a big ditto to what Ms. Sikora said. I think she summarized our concerns very well. We're happy to work with staff. We're happy to make the September 1 filing if it comes to that, but I think we're hopeful that we'll get a little bit more direction before that.
PHI.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Matthew Seegers appearing for both Pepco and Delmarva Power. Just want to echo the statements made by Ms. Sikora, and I'm pleased to hear that there may be some more guidance forthcoming from the Commission on this issue, because I do believe that is going to be necessary. On our specific rate sheets, including for DPL, we have no objection to the recommendations of staff. The only exception is staff is recommending that the proposed tariff language that we include in our filing not be adopted. For the second part in subpart A, which I believe is what staff is referring to, where we talk about how it's going to be calculated, that we are okay with not being adopted. The first part is simply an update of our tariff classes. So we would ask that language be adopted, but the calculation language in A, which again I believe is what staff is referring to, we are okay with staff's recommendation.
So just so I'm straight on there, you're referring to Pepco or Delmarva?
This is Delmarva Power, Your Honor.
So actually, before we move on to WGL, let me just get a reaction from staff about that suggestion.
Yeah, so I did not recommend the commission accept DPL's additional tariff language, given that it, as Mr. Seeger said, it describes the calculation that we're no longer supportive of, but including new tariff classes in Delmarva's tariff, I would have no issue with that, including that.
Okay, so let me, so that I get this straight. So what do I need to, so you want us to not reject which piece of this puzzle?
It is not reject if you have the tariff language in front of you. It would be the first, in the first paragraph, where it lists all of the classes, and then the language that, once again, I believe staff is recommending not be adopted is the language in subpart A. And once again, we have no issue with that recommendation.
But you do have a problem with, because the proposal from staff is to reject the company's proposed tariff language to its electricity supplier coordination tariff.
Correct.
And that works for you, or that doesn't work for you?
Half of it works for us, Your Honor. The first part of it, if it's not adopted, our tariff classes are going to be outdated.
Sure. Okay.
So, but once again, A, we're fine with that not being adopted.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Jim Greger on behalf of staff. It might be easier just to include in the recommendation that DPL file revised tariff pages inclusive of staff's recommended changes, and that way we can just keep the new tariff classes in there and change out the calculation language with staff's proposed language. That might be the easiest way ahead in this case.
Okay. Ready? WGO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas. We have no comments beyond those that were already provided by BG&E. We appreciate staff's review and very much look forward to any guidance from the Commission.
And I didn't ask earlier because I didn't see anything, but Office of People's Counsel doesn't have any particular thoughts on this, or?
Good morning, Your Honor. Commissioners, Mark Shebus for Office of People's Counsel. We did not file comments on this. We generally support staff's proposal, however.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions for any of the companies? Alrighty. So with that, regarding item 5, I move that we accept the company's updated POR rates and tariff revisions for filing with an effective date of June 1, 2024, and direct the company to file no later than September 1, 2024, an update of the ongoing PRO balances for residential customers, any recommended change to the residential POR rate for the remaining months of the residential POR, a plan for determining resolving the final residential POR balances, and an explanation of how the company will address the residential retail supply billing conducted through utility consolidated billing once the POR prohibition takes effect. Commissioner Sushma.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Regarding item 6, I move that we accept the, actually, can we, is there a way to mute whatever?
Commissioner Barre and Mr. Hoppick, there's feedback coming in through someone.
Okay, all right. So regarding item 6, I move we accept the company's updated POR rates and tariff provisions for filing with an effective date of June 1, 2024, and direct the company to file no later than September 1, 2024, an update on ongoing POR balances for residential customers, any recommended changes to the residential POR rate for the remaining months of residential POR and a plan for determining resolving the final residential POR balances with an explanation of how the company will address residential retail supply billing conducted through utility consolidated billing once the POR prohibition has taken effect. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Regarding item 7, I move we accept the revised POR rates and tariff provisions for filing with an effective date of June 1, 2024, and direct the company to file no later than September 1, 2024, an update on ongoing POR balances for residential customers, any recommended change to the residential POR rate for the remaining months of the residential POR, a plan for determining and resolving final residential POR balances, and an explanation of how the company will address residential retail supply billing conducted through utility consolidated billing once the POR prohibition has taken effect. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Regarding item 9, I move that we accept the revised POR rates and tariff provisions for filing with an effective date of July 1, 2024. Direct the company to file no later than September 1, 2024, an update on the ongoing POR balances for residential customers, any recommended change to the residential POR rate for the remaining months of the residential POR, a plan for determining and resolving final residential POR balances, and an explanation of how the company will address residential retail supply billing conducted through utility consolidated billing once the POR prohibition has taken effect. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Regarding item 9, I move we accept the company's revised POR discount rates and tariff pages with an effective date of June 30, 2024. Direct the company to file no later than September 1st, 2024, an update on ongoing POR balances for residential customers, any recommended change to the residential POR rate for the remaining months of residential POR, a plan for determining and resolving final residential POR balances, and an explanation of how the company will address residential retail supply billing conducted through utility consolidated billing once the POR prohibition has taken effect. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Regarding item 10, I move we accept the company's updated POR discount rates as revised by staff in its comments dated June 3, 2024 to be effective with July 1, 2024, and direct the company to file revised clean copies of its tariff pages, direct the company to file no later than September 1, 2024, an update on ongoing POR balances for residential customers, any recommended change for the residential POR rate for the remaining months of the residential POR, a plan for determining, resolving the final residential POR balances with an explanation of how the company will address residential retail supply billing conducted through utility consolidated billing once the POR prohibition has taken effect. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 11 consists of a tariff revision from Potomac Electric Power Company.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. David Hoppick on behalf of staff. Pepco has filed corrections to Schedule MGT 3A distribution rates, Schedule MGT 3A Economic Relief and Recovery Rider, Rider ERR, and Schedule MGT 3A Revenue Deferral Mechanism Rider, Rider RDM rates previously approved as part of the settlement agreement in case 9702 that extended the procedural schedule by 90 days. This correction stems from an error in the rate worksheets, but has not impacted customer bills because, as explained in the filing and staff's comments, Pepco is billing the rate year 3 distribution rates from case 9655 for the period from April 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2024. Staff recommends the Commission accept the proposed tariff changes with an effective date of April 1, 2024. I am available for questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Matthew Seegers, appearing for Pepco. We have nothing to add to staff's analysis. We appreciate their analysis, and we are here if you have any questions.
And
This is my subject matter expert, Ms. Kajadena.
any questions for the company? Alrighty, with that, I move we accept the tariff revisions for filing with an effective date of April 1, 2024. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 12 is an application from Washington Gas Light Company for authorization to issue long-term debt securities.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Alden Manka on behalf of staff. On April 12, 2024, Washington Gas Light Company filed an application to issue up to $675 million in long-term debt during the years 2024 through 2026. WGL indicates that the debt will be used to refund maturing long-term debt, finance capital expenditures and working capital requirements, retire short-term debt, reimburse funds used for these purposes, and potentially engage in advanced refunding of long-term debt. The information in the application and in WGL's response to staff data requests indicate the debt satisfies the standards in the Code of Maryland regulations and the Public Utilities article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The proposed debt issuance will not have an immediate impact on rates. If in a future case the Commission determines that the related expenditures were prudent, then there could potentially be an impact on rates. Additionally, WGL states that aside from normal dividend payments, no portion of this requested debt issuance will be used to fund projects or financing needs of Alta Gas, WGL's parent company. Staff has reviewed the company's application and believes that the request for authorization to issue $675 million in long-term debt is appropriate. The authorization is required to replace a similar authorization approved by the Commission on August 21st, 2019 in Order Number 89237. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission authorize Washington Gas Light Company to issue up to $675 million in long-term debt and direct the company to abide by the reporting requirements which were imposed in Order Number 89237. Thank you, and I am available for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. All right, with that, actually, let me turn to WGL.
Good morning again, Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas. We very much appreciate staff's very thorough review in this case and have no comments beyond those in its spot sheet.
Okay. So with that, I move we authorize the company to issue up to $675 million in long-term debt securities and direct the company to abide by the reporting requirements that were imposed in Order Number 89237. Commissioner Suchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 13 is a notice from Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, Potomac Electric Power Company, and Delmarva Power and Light Company of their intent to pause work on implementation of supplier consolidated billing.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioner Suchman, Commissioner Richard, and Commissioner Barve. Ruthie Herman on behalf of staff. I'm joined at the podium by Michael Zhang from the Energy Analysis and Planning Division. On May 15th, 2024, BG&E, Pepco, and Delmarva Power, the Exelon Utilities, filed a notice with this commission of the Exelon Utilities' intent to pause work on the implementation of supplier consolidated billing, commonly referred to as SCB. According to the filing, Senate Bill 1, recently passed in this past session, will impact the ability of suppliers to sell residential accounts receivable to electric and gas companies. However, the Exelon Utilities filing did not actually provide any detailed legal rationale for their recommendation or their request. Specifically, how do the provisions of SB1 affect the SCB mechanism? Under the current SCB rules, the sales would solely include the sales of a customer's unpaid regulated charges back to the gas or electric company. Senate Bill 1, however, prohibits the purchase of residential suppliers' accounts receivable in subsections which are indicated to apply to electric and gas supply. To the extent that Senate Bill 1 actually precludes the purchase of regulated arrearages by electric and gas companies under SEB, the prohibition applies solely for residential customers. Senate Bill 1 also does not prohibit suppliers from purchasing utility receivables. SEB currently is required to be developed for all customer classes, including commercial and industrial customers. The Senate Bill 1 prohibition only applies to residential classes. Even if the elimination of residential POR precludes SEB for that class, it does not do so for the non-residential classes. Moreover, it's not certain that the elimination of residential POR, as applied to supply charges, actually does necessitate the elimination of the features of SEB, which require the repayment of unpaid regulated charges by gas and electric companies to retail suppliers for residential customers. This is essentially a legal question that turns on the issue of whether returning a utilities arrearages pursuant to COMAR 20.53.05.12 and COMAR 20.59.05.10 to the utility after the supplier has tried and failed to collect them would constitute a utility purchase of supplier receivables. The Exxon Utilities filing does not provide any detailed legal rationale for their position. And in addition, regulated utilities do not have the legal authority to unilaterally cease compliance with Commission orders or regulations, COMAR 20.53.05.07 and 20.59.05.09, and Order 89116 make it clear that the utilities are required to implement SCB unless and until this body, the Commission, rescinds its prior directive and modifies the regulation. Given the large amount of time and effort that has gone into implementing SCB and the advanced status of the process, staff is also reluctant to halt the development of SCB unless this body has determined that the law no longer allows SCB to proceed as designed. Staff does agree with the Exxon Utilities that it's appropriate for the Commission to review how Senate Bill 1 affects or should affect the development of SCB. And finally, I'll conclude with staff's recommendation. Staff recommends that the Commission direct the parties to brief the legal question of whether Senate Bill 1 will preclude the further development of SCB. Staff further recommends that interested parties be directed to file briefs into Case 9461 on a date set by the Commission that is no less than 30 days after the Commission issues its letter order establishing a proceeding. Finally, staff recommends that the Exxon Utilities, the EDI work group, and other affected parties continue working to complete the sole remaining EDI transaction necessary to implement SCB, pending further direction from the Commission. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Richard.
Just one. In previous commission order, as we moved into the SCB, it addressed, I guess, the sharing of costs of SCB. Was any consideration given to that in staff recommendation at this point? I mean, whether or not we have suppliers that are interested in continuing to pursue the SCB option, and whether there will be actually funds available to help share the cost in any transition or making this option available.
I believe that the suppliers could probably give you the best response to that. I believe we are still in discussion as to whether or not suppliers are, I guess, still thinking about participating in SCB, but that's an ongoing discussion that has not been completed yet.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to find out. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. In terms of the cost sharing, the Commission did order that suppliers pay a $2 fee per SCB bill that is sent out once SCB is implemented.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I just was in the staff recommendation, I just wanted to find out if you had considered that at all, the fact that to continue with SCB, there was an expectation that there would be some revenues to help pay for these costs. So, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? So actually, before I turn to the company, let me turn first to OPC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jacob Auslander on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. OPC supports staff's recommendations in full. We don't believe that the Commission should pause SCB implementation at this time. We support the idea of giving parties a period of time to brief the Commission on the legal effect that SB1 will have on supplier consolidated billing, and also to provide parties an opportunity to submit any factual information that they might have surrounding some of these questions of implementation, including, I believe there was a footnote in Exelon's filing noting that they were having difficulty finding a supplier willing to engage in testing with them to determine that the systems will be ready by the date they go live. We think that there could also be updates by the utilities as far as the implementation costs that they've incurred and that they plan to incur, and any other factual issues that the parties believe are germane to the Commission's decision. To Commissioner Richards' question to staff regarding the cost recovery, OPC was concerned when the option that the Commission eventually adopted was adopted, because ratepayers will essentially pay for the cost of SCB implementation and then only receive credits to defray that upfront cost if there's significant participation by supplier consolidated billers. So to the extent that SB1 may lead to much lower levels of supplier consolidated billing being offered, OPC would be concerned that ratepayers would essentially be stuck with costs and not receiving much benefit in the form of wide penetration of supplier consolidated billing in Maryland.
Any questions for OPC? Well, actually, let me probe one thing. So your comments talked about the fact that, even though this may go away for residential customers, it's still going to be available for commercial and industrial customers. But it seems to me there's always been this concern about, is this thing, if it's built, going to be used? And so you don't have any concerns that continuing to work on this project, where it's not, we're constructing a house that nobody's going to live in?
Well, that's a concern that we've had from the beginning of SCB implementation. I think that we recognize at this point that the Commission has exercised its authority under the PUA to pursue supplier consolidated billing. There are regs currently on the books and in effect regarding supplier consolidated billing, and frankly, had the Commission not extended the deadline for implementation on multiple occasions, SCB would already be live and being offered today.
Okay. All right. So let me turn to the Retail Energy Supply Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Brian Green. I'm actually for the petitioners. It's not RISA for the individual companies, just to set that straight. We filed pretty lengthy comments on Monday. The idea behind the comments was that we do not support a pause in SCB implementation, but we also don't think it's necessary to have 30 days of legal briefing. The notice that was filed on May 15th, I think it was, by the Exelon utilities pointed to one concern, and that was the impact of SB1 on POR in SCB. A lot of acronyms, but and we think that the statute is very expressly deals with that already, and it's plain and unambiguous that in the new section 510D, it says, D1, it says, to paraphrase, this subsection applies to residential electricity supply. And in that same subsection is the future prohibition of POR for residential residential. So this doesn't affect over in the SCB context. What we're talking about and what we explained in our comments is that we're talking about a purchase and then a potential repurchase in the event of customer non-payment of the distribution charge, the regulated utility charges. So in SCB, the supplier will purchase the regulated charges from the utility, bill them through to the customer. If the customer doesn't pay after a reasonable collection effort, the supplier can submit those charges back to the utility charges only, and the utility is required to purchase them. Both of those purchases, I would add, happen at full dollar value. There's no discounts. So we are not talking about a buyback by the utility of supply charges. In the SCB world, the supplier takes on the full risk of collection of the supply charges. So there is no overlap. First of all, the statute, SB1, specifically pertains to residential supply services. The buyback the initial purchase and the potential buyback in SCB is distribution charges. It is not supply. So SB1 does not apply or prohibit or affect in any way that particular transaction with SB1. We think that portion of the comments, they wrote itself. It's plain and unambiguous. We're talking about two separate things. So, and then the other thing that we pointed out, another rule of statutory construction, is that you look at the entire statutory context as a whole, and ask, in so many words, does this make sense? And so what we explained is if you go back to the Electric Choice Act in 1999, the purpose of the act was to unbundle supply from distribution and then let the competitive market decide the supply price, right? And that's not me saying that. That's the Maryland Supreme Court that just said that in February. So then when you overlap SB1 on top of the Electric Choice Act, you see the intent of SB1 was to focus on really two things primarily. There was a lot of stuff in there, it's 50 pages, but was to focus on supplier conduct and supply prices. So there is no overlap between SB1 and SCB. And that is the only concern that the Exelon utilities raised in their filing. And so we don't think another brief is necessary. We honestly, they filed this almost a month ago. Comments were due on Monday. So if you have a legal issue about the relationship between SB1 and POR, you should have filed it on Monday, which we did. So we don't know why another 30 days is necessary. I'm not willing to die on that hill. If you want to put it out there for comments, that's fine. We've already written our brief. That's not to say we won't perhaps supplement it based on what we hear today. But those are the issues. We do think, we agree with staff and OPC that there should not be a pause. And we also agree with staff that the utilities don't have unilateral authority to pause. They have to get commission approval. And frankly, if they wanted commission approval, those are pretty light filing. And they don't go into, to the extent that they needed to express a reason why they should pause and legal issues that support that, they should have set that forth, and they did not. And finally, to respond to the question about supplier interest in SCB going forward, what I'm advised is that my clients remain considering SCB, and that those decisions in light of SB1 are being made, but there's a lot of questions to answer going forward about implementation of SB1 and the timing and the substance of that implementation that will weigh into those discussions. But no one, or at least the companies I'm familiar with, have not just ruled it out. So they, look, just as a little bit more background, there was SCB way back in 2001 time period. In 2009, the commission basically said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to require the utilities to do this because there's not enough supplier interest. And they put a placeholder in the utilities supplier coordination tariffs. And all of this we explained in our petition for SCB that we filed in 2017. we filed the petition in 2017 because now there was supplier interest in SCB. And so the 5 suppliers, I think it was, came together to file the petition. And here we are numerous years later, and we're at the final leg of implementation. And this is now the second time in the last several months that BGE or the Exelon utilities have filed to further delay SCB. So we hope that you'll see the express language of the statute, the holistic, harmonious language of the Electric Choice Act as amended by SB1, and determine that there's no need to pause SCB, nor is there a need to brief the issue, and that you can deny the notice or the request this morning. Thank you. Available for questions.
So, any questions? Commissioner Sushman.
Morning, Mr. Green. And maybe this is less a question than maybe an observation, and maybe this is something that the Mr. Michel can respond to when he comes up. It just seems to me that based on the conversation we had about POR and Ms. Sikora's sort of acknowledgement that questions about what SB1 means in terms of POR, particularly if an entity signs with a supplier at the end of the year, that could sort of extend another year of POR. It seems to me that the Commission would benefit from a briefing on this, so that we can be better informed about how all of this, how SB1 plays with consolidated billing, and so I appreciate the arguments that you've made, and the fact that you think that we can move forward without further briefing. But I think that I would benefit, and I think my fellow commissioners would benefit from additional briefing on this issue. I think that can help us also to sort of better understand SB1. And so I personally would be in favor of having a briefing on this issue, and perhaps Mr. Michel, when you come up, you can sort of speak to that too. So that's all I have, unless Mr. Green wants to respond.
My only response to that, and again, further briefing is not, we're not vehemently opposed to that. We just, for this specific narrow issue, we don't think it's necessary, but that's obviously the Commission's prerogative. The only thing I would ask is that if you're going to put something out for briefing, if we can be specific as to what it is you want us to brief, and as opposed to the very, very broad, what's the impact of SB1 on SCB? Maybe that's, but the only concern cited in the Exelon Utilities notice is the relationship between the POR prohibition and SCB. And if there are others, then we focused on that in our comments because that's the one thing that they mentioned. But if there are other issues, it would be helpful if the Commission would point them out. We don't know what they would be, but if there's something else you want to hear from us, then please let us know, would be my request.
Yeah, I just want to say I generally agree with Commissioner Suchman, using, I guess, the analogy that the chairman used about building a house that no one is going to live in. I think the impact on SB1 on the desire, the interest, I guess, of the retail community to continue on with SCB is important for the reasons I think OPC stated, and that is there is concern about the costs, and the Commission order. The recent order was, okay, we're going to try to balance, these costs by having some of them borne by the retail suppliers themselves. If there aren't any retail suppliers interested, then there won't be any cost share. It'll just be developing something that potentially no one's going to use. So I don't know if you have any insights today. I mean, the fact is, during the debates in Annapolis, there were several of the larger retail suppliers that said if SPP is adopted, it's, retail supply is dead, particularly for retail suppliers, for residential suppliers in Maryland. So that those statements are out there, and I think that a better understanding where retail suppliers are today with regard to participation in SEB, I think is important. At least it is to me.
Sure, and if there's further briefing, I can certainly try to find that answer out. But like I said earlier, that the implementation of SB1 and SB1 did change quite dramatically in that last weekend with the amendments. But with the implementation issues, there are suppliers that need to see how this is going to play out and what are the opportunities and products that they can offer. So, what are the processes going to be on certain green products, for example, going forward, and so on and so forth. But and also, I don't know if those answers are going to be there in a month. So, if a brief is due in 30 days, for example, I don't know that I have any more. I can try, but I'm just giving fair warning that I don't know if any supplier is going to be saying, I am absolutely 100% doing this within the next 30 days. I think they need to wait and see how things play out. I know that some of these companies that I'm aware of anyway are having leadership, operational, business meetings on the SCB issue and their future in Maryland. And I also know that for now, the utilities aren't ready for testing, is my understanding. The EDI working group is continuing. They have, I think, 1 or 2 issues to wrap up. I don't know about the XML working group. I don't participate in those working groups. They're more operational than lawyerly. So, so those are I only offer that as context to. I don't want anyone to think that the petitioners may have finite answers within 30 days.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that's what we're trying to learn. It sounds like that there's still a lot of uncertainty as to whether or not retail suppliers want to participate in the residential market in the state, and a lot is pending on implementation of SB1. So I think the issue for me is, should we suspend spending money on SCB until we have some certainty that there are retail suppliers that want to participate in Maryland's retail supplier market?
I think one of the things we tried to point out in our comments is that it is a billing method that customers will benefit from. The Commission has held as much, and that suppliers, at least as far as I know, still want to do. Like, they're still interested in it. So I don't know that any pause is warranted at this time, based on, it's always been a question of, if you do it the right way, suppliers will come. And that's what we've said since 2017 in filing the petition. That's what we said in the years of the formation of the regulations. And and we're still saying that now.
Okay. That kind of information would be helpful, and maybe if you update your filing, because again, I'm hearing 2 things. One, we're not sure retail suppliers will want to participate until they know the details of SB1 implementation, and so therefore, I think some kind of sense of where are we going. Where are we going? Just so we know, if there are going to be retail suppliers to help bear the costs of the program. So.
Right. And I was only trying to dispel the notion that suppliers are mind not to come, because that's not what I'm hearing.
Okay, well that's good. I mean, again, some of them were very.
They're figuring it out.
They were saying,
right,
if this passes, then we're out of Maryland. There were several that made those statements. So.
I speak for 5 suppliers today.
Okay, very good.
I don't represent the whole market. I don't represent an association. The ones, and not even all of the 5 have I checked in with, but I know that there are meetings going on in these companies' headquarters on how to proceed and what to do and whether to proceed.
Okay, well, I just share some of the concerns of OPC. I mean, we did try to find a balance between the retail suppliers and OPC, but if there's no balance anymore, if we don't have any revenues coming in from retail suppliers to help pay for this, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbie, any questions?
Just very quickly, I do agree with Commissioner Suchman's desire for a briefing. I find most of SB1 to be fairly straightforward, but I think that it would I think we could benefit from focusing our attention in the run up to a briefing, because we do have to be careful here, and we don't know exactly how all the players in the market are going to react quite yet. So that's all I want to say.
So I actually had some direct participation in construction of this project before I got here, and it struck me that
I'm sorry.
one of the concerns on the part of the retail suppliers writ large was, their interest in this consolidated billing was premised to a large degree on who was going to pay the freight. And the cost recovery issue was a pretty big deal, to the supplier community. And even after the commission issued its orders on how that was going to be handled, there was still a lot of open questions as to whether or not any retail supplier was going to show up and want to do this. And based on what you said today, I guess those, doubts still are there. And in particular, I heard earlier that when Exelon was looking for a test company, they couldn't find anybody. So it strikes me that, there was a whole lot of doubt about whether or not the suppliers were going to pick up this option before SB1, and now that doubt appears to be multiplied by a factor of something going forward.
Well, first of all, let me respectfully disagree with your initial statement. The cost recovery order came out, and there were, if I remember correctly, 7 different cost recovery options on the table after the legislative panel hearing here at the commission. And the commission went with the $2 per bill option, which wasn't, I believe Chairman Standing said there's one on this extreme, there's one on that extreme. We're throwing that out, and we'll deal with the ones in the middle. And the commission went with the $2 per bill, which I'll just say that of the options that remained on the table, that one was very favorable to suppliers. And so, if anything, that order resonated throughout the supplier community who are interested in doing SCV in Maryland. So I don't know, I certainly didn't create more doubt as far as I could see. If anything, it created enthusiasm to come here and do SCV, or to not necessarily, because some of them are already here. So it created enthusiasm to participate in the SCV program. But as to the, where things stand today, the state of retail has changed as to what products they can offer, and companies are assessing how SB1, not just with SCV, not just with POR, but because I will say this, that there were many suppliers that feel they've outgrown POR. Then there's many that still rely on it as a business model, but there's many that have moved past it, which is why they were interested in SCV to begin with. So the fact that they are still assessing in light of these dramatic changes that SCV is bringing should not surprise anyone.
All right. Okay, so let's turn to the Exelon companies, and I want you to clarify one thing, though. I noticed that for the Exelon company, the notice was filed on behalf of the Exelon companies, but I think I read in some of the comments that it reflected the views of Potomac Edison and I guess Mecco. So to the extent that you can clarify that, and if you can't, I'll have them come up and say what they think about this. But if you know, go ahead and in your response on these other things, let us know what the others think. So.
Yep. Good morning, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of the Exelon Utilities. Let me first start off by thanking the Commission for taking up this issue so quickly. We certainly understand that the Commission has a ton on its plate, and so we are very appreciative of the fact that you considered this matter in an expedited fashion. In response to your question, Chair Hoover, those utilities are here. I would much rather they speak for themselves so that I don't get anything wrong.
Okay.
So I want to start off by making abundantly clear that the Exelon Utilities, in no means or by no means, is seeking to hinder the development of SCB or asking this commission to end SCB, right? And I want to actually just read directly from our filing, wherein we stated the Exelon Utilities believe it is prudent to suspend work on SCB implementation until the commission has an opportunity to evaluate the impacts SB1 has on SCB and provide further direction to the utilities. Nowhere did we state that, SB1 prohibits SCB or that the commission didn't have authority to go forward with SCB implementation. All we sought was a pause to implementation so that all of the stakeholders and the commission could evaluate what, if any, impacts SB1 has on SCB implementation. And there's primarily one concern that we have, and that's the impacts to ratepayers. I think, using this sort of scenario may help me make my point. If any of us were paying contractors to construct a building, and during that project, we found that our local legislators made significant changes to the building code. I think we would all agree that it would be prudent to tell our contractors to pause construction while we evaluate the impacts to our building plan. And that's precisely what we're suggesting that the commission do here. That I think all parties agree that we still need to understand what SB1 calls for in terms of implementation and how it impacts SCB. Particularly both OPC and staff agree, right? I think both OPC and staff stated that the commission should direct the utilities and stakeholders to provide further briefing. And in fact, both OPC and staff suggest that there may be a need for evidentiary proceedings to help answer some of these questions. And one of the things OPC said in its comments, and I quote, "The new legislation undoubtedly has a legal effect on SCB regulations." If that's the case, shouldn't we take a moment to understand those impacts and to make sure that what we are building, what the utilities have been asked to build, will comply with SB1, and two, it will be something that will actually be used. It will not necessitate us having to redo or reperform work and coding that we performed without understanding what impacts SB1 had on SCB. Now, I think the commissioners, you all sort of asked the questions that I planned to sort of address. But one thing I think I want to clarify based on what Mr. Green represented to the commission, the utilities have, up until this point, done, and when I say the utilities, the Exelon utilities, have done all that we can do to implement SCB to this point. In terms of work that is still pending, we're actually waiting on both the EDI and the XML work groups to finalize transactions that we then can take and do further implementation. But the suggestion that the utilities are seeking to delay implementation or seeking to prohibit implementation, frankly, I think serves as a slap in the face to the employees and contractors who have been working diligently to implement SCB. And now, Mr. Green has suggested that he's not sure of whether his clients still have an interest in SCB. And I can tell you to date, we have had no suppliers, including any of Mr. Green's clients, volunteer to perform the testing. And contrary to what Mr. Green represented to you, we are prepared to do testing. And for over a year, we have been essentially begging suppliers to come forward to help us do the testing that's needed. And to date, we have had no one respond. What's a little confusing to me is the fact that despite Mr. Green's clients' lack of clarity on whether they want to use SCB, 5 of his clients at least, the petitioners that he represents, are pushing this commission to direct the utilities to plow forward, continue spending millions of dollars on a system that they have not yet decided they want to use. And I think the question that the commission has to consider is that in the public interest? Is that a prudent decision? The Exxon utilities believe that is not a prudent decision, and we simply are recommending that the commission pause, allow all the parties to understand what's going on here, and then we can proceed forward if the commission decides to do that. And to be clear, what we mean by a pause is simply that the coding, which accounts for most of the cost, that would pause, right? We would pause building out that system. We would continue, however, to participate in the work groups, to finalize transactions, and to be prepared to implement those transactions into our billing system if, at the end of the day, we all agree that those are the particulars that SB1 calls for, and they will be in compliance with SB1. With that, I am available for any questions. I also have a number of subject matter experts to answer any of the commission's questions.
Commissioner Richard.
I don't have any questions at this point. I think he pretty much covered everything.
Good morning, Mr. Michelle. So actually, my questions we can use your example of the building as kind of a jumping off point. So to the extent that if some contractor is building a building and the roof hasn't been constructed, and so it's all open to the elements, you stop construction and it rains and it ruins the inside. So I guess there are situations where pausing actually can cause damage. And I am by no means a coding expert. So I guess my question is, what work has been done to date on consolidated billing? And where, I mean, I'm assuming each of the companies are in different places, and maybe you need the subject matter experts to come up. But I'm trying to get a sense of how, what have you invested in terms of hours and money? Where is it at this point now? How would it be impacted by a pause? Would sort of the work be undone? Would rain fall metaphorically on the coding and something would happen? And I guess the other question I have, and maybe this is also for subject matter experts, so what you're saying is you're at this point ready to test, and you haven't had any entities come up to ask for the testing. To the extent we have a pause, would that pause also include testing? So that because you would still be part of the work groups, and so you'd still be doing some activity. If one of Mr. Green's clients comes to you and says, we really would like to test, would they be able to test during this pause?
Okay, so a lot there. Thanks for the questions. I will do.
I mean, I could ask more, but I think you've got enough there.
I think I will take a shot at answering at least the question about my analogy.
Okay.
So as I understand it, and I think we have answered this question in DRs, but what essentially would happen is that we would save all of the coding that we have done to date. and that would be saved somewhere, so that work will not be lost. Now, to the extent that the commission determines that there needs to be changes to what the utilities have already built, given what SB1 calls for, we would have to, make those changes. But to your question about whether there's sort of any negative impacts stemming from a pause, I can't come up with any, and I would note the fact that none of the comments that were filed indicated any negative impact that would come as a result of a pause.
Well, negative impact in terms of the programming.
Right.
So, I mean, you sort of pause, everything sort of gets housed someplace, it's protected. And are you sort of 90% of the way there, 80% of the way there? It looks like you have a subject matter expert who's shaking her head. So I'd love to hear. I mean, are you sort of mostly there and you're just waiting for testing, but everything else is already built, or do you still have more to do?
Let me call Siobhan Carruth up.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
And please don't talk too much in code, because I'm not sure.
I promise.
Yeah, thank you.
Siobhan Carruth, I am the Business Unit Program Manager for Supplier Consolidated Billing at BGE. When you talk about percentage, we are about 80% done.
Okay.
The issue is that we don't have any suppliers to test with, so we cannot test the integration piece of it. When we talk about EDI, we've updated and or made new transactions, I would say about 12 or 13. I think there's still about 3 or 4 more XML transactions that we need to get through an XML.
You're gonna have to break down the acronyms, please.
So the EDI working group are different They're the transactions that go from the supplier to the EDI, like middle person, to the utility.
Okay.
And vice versa, from the utility to the middle person to the supplier. Same thing with XML. Right? So these transactions are transactions we're using to enroll customers, to make changes to their data. If they want to enroll in supplier consolidated billing, these are the transactions that need to come to us for us to enroll those customers. So there are a number of different transactions that we needed to update in order to be able to do this. Does that make sense?
Right. So you've sort of basically built the general structure, but the next step is to test it.
Yeah.
And to see how it's working, and so that's the 20%?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we've done in lieu of that, of not being able to have any suppliers, is XML. We have like a system in-house where we can try to test and act as a supplier to see if it works. Kind of similar on the EDI side, we had a consultant who was trying to act as a supplier that is then working with Hanson that would come to us. Hanson is our EDI middle person. But without that actual integration between the supplier and the utility, we don't know if it's going to work or not.
Okay. So on some level, until you get the testing, you're kind of in a pause right now anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess the other question is, even if we were to pause this, and you continue to work in the work group, if you do get somebody, some entity to come and volunteer to test it, would you feel that is covered under the pause, or would you be able to test at that point?
I think that we would have to discuss that to see if we would just them implement the code. It is going to be stored somewhere where we can just go and pick it up. If for whatever reason we do have a supplier that comes upon and said they want to test with us, then we definitely would work to make that happen. But right now we just don't have anyone.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Barve, any questions?
No, I have nothing else to add.
So a couple of points of clarification.
Okay.
One, I want to make clear that if we decide to pause and want to have the ability to have testing done when a supplier steps up to the plate, we will incur ongoing costs to have those contractors who would be performing the testing complete the testing, right? You think about, having those employees available. There's a cost that's associated with that. We have to make the decision of whether we need those contractors to be on standby to do the testing, or whether we're saying, look, we don't need you right now. We'll call you when we do. So I just want to make sure that the commission appreciates that. The other point that I wanted to clarify, actually two other points. Mr. Green mentioned that we're at the last leg of implementation, and I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that representation for this reason. In order for SCB to actually be functional, meaning available to customers, the utilities have to build their system, which, again, as you've heard, requires the work group to develop the transactions for the utilities to implement. But the suppliers themselves also have to build the system on their side, right? And then that piece we've been discussing, there needs to be testing amongst both of those systems. And so while we can represent that as the Exelon utilities, that we have been building our system and we have done all that we can up until this point, we don't know whether the suppliers have built the necessary systems on their end. And as we've already made clear to the commission, to date we've had no supplier volunteer to do the testing. And then lastly, just a point on resources. The same resources employees who are tasked with implementing SCB are the same employees who are going to be tasked with understanding SB1 and implementing SB1. And as the commission is aware, there is a January 1, 2025 implementation deadline that is prescribed by statute that we all have to comply with. So I think it's important to also keep that in mind, that we can only do so much with the resources that we have. And I think that goes for all stakeholders, not just the utilities.
So let me follow up on something. When it comes to SB1, there was a fairly clear distinction made pretty early in the legislative process that the intent of the General Assembly was to deal with supplier issues related to residential customers, but not commercial and industrial customers, because they stated that they were actually pretty happy with retail choice. And my understanding from staff and I guess OPC is that supplier consolidated billing applies to those classes of customers as well as residential customers. So I guess my question is there a difference between constructing the supplier consolidated billing apparatus to deal with residential customers that, you would in fact save money by doing a pause, or is it the system that you're building applies to anybody, whether it's a commercial customer, industrial customer, or residential customer?
Yeah, I'm told there's no difference in terms of the system build out.
Okay.
But I would, to your question, Chair Hoover, I would remind the commission that there is another proceeding, PC 60, Public Conference 60, that is dealing with some of the same issues, regarding POR and its implications going forward. And we filed, I believe, on May 31st, in our request for the commission to hold PC 60 in abeyance. We listed a number of questions beyond just, whether POR and whether SCB can work in its current iteration given its reliance on POR. I would recommend that the commission take a look at that list of other issues that we raised, because, I don't want the commission to think that the only question that we need to solve is, whether SB1's prohibition of POR applies in SCB. There are a number of other issues that we have to deal with. And frankly, I don't think anyone knows the extent to those issues without further analysis of SB1.
And one final question, I guess, and I don't want to overstate the semantics, but what the company filed was a notice of intent to pause work on the implementation, as opposed to a request to pause work. And while the explanation in the filing was, because of the concerns with SB1 and an attempt to, in the company's view, save ratepayer money, I guess it struck me as a little odd that the way it was titled,
Yeah.
to put it that way.
Yeah, and I completely understand. I offer this explanation. I think framing it as a notice of intent, I think what we intended there was, one, to allow us to be in a position to meet our contractual obligations to the vendors, and also, frankly, make it easier for the commission, because I think, as we mentioned in our filing, the commission could either issue an order saying, utilities, you can pause or not, or the commission could do nothing. And we thought that would give us the flexibility, one, if the commission agreed with us, to be able to give our vendors the contractual notice, the 30-day notice, because we didn't want to be in a position where we got a decision from the commission saying, yes, you should pause, and then now we're incurring, a month or 2 months more cost because we can't meet the contractual obligation for the 30-day notice.
And just so I'm clear, is most of the work being done by outside contractors, or at least for you?
50-50, I'm told by our SMEs.
Okay. All right. So let me turn to Potomac Edison and SMECO just to hear what your thoughts are on this. So.
Good morning. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. So my response to your question is going to be very simple. Electric cooperatives and municipal electric companies are exempt from supplier consolidated billing under Title VII and order number 89116 issued by the Commission several years back. Since I'm up here, though, I do want to at least comment on the request for briefing and echo comments that Mr. Green made earlier, which is, to the extent the Commission is going to require additional briefing, I would respectfully request that it be narrowly scripted to supplier consolidated billing, for the very reasons that Mr. Michel echoed also earlier, that with PC 60 being held in abeyance, there are a lot of issues about SB1 that certainly the cooperative is very much concerned about and would like to partake in. And so we would appreciate having that opportunity in the larger context as opposed to it being incorporated within the supplier consolidated billing context.
Okay.
With that, if there's any questions, happy to address them. Otherwise, those are our comments.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
And PE. Hello.
Jessica Reba on behalf of Potomac Edison. So I'm not the expert on this, but it's my understanding that we agree with the rationale in Exelon's filing. We're probably a little bit further behind. I'm being told we're about 60% done. We are also ready to proceed with testing and have not been able to get a supplier to agree to test with us, but overall support the request and rationale in the filing. But we would not pause without an order from the Commission allowing us to do so.
Sure. Commissioner Schlesman.
Yeah. So, Mr. Michel, you're back in the hot seat. I just have one question. So our intrepid staff found some language in a filing from last year where the company BGE stated that if the delay, if SCB implementation was delayed for more than 12 months, all test environments for the necessary IT systems would cease to be maintained and would need to be redeveloped. So I guess the question for you is, to the extent, and that's something we don't want to have happen, because that really would require that you have to start from scratch. So to the extent we were to approve the pause, I'm assuming that that's not going to constitute the delay that the company was referring to there, and the IT system environments would stay in place, and we're not going to lose anything.
Yes, my response would be yes to that.
Okay.
Understanding, at least my understanding was that this pause would not, be in effect for a year. At that point, we would know.
I think I would sort of like a commitment that, who knows? I mean, things can happen, and we don't want to lose what's already there. So that I'm assuming the company could make the commitment that you're 80% of the way there. That 80% will not go away, even if the pause is for more than 12 months.
Okay, I don't know if we can make that commitment. Let me just.
Okay,
confirm.
that's right.
Yeah, I don't believe we can make that commitment today, because I think the time is the question mark, right? I think what we represented in that prior filing that you referenced, I think that still applies. But happy to come.
No, and I can tell you that is would be a cause for concern for me, because we had this conversation earlier about the impact of a pause, and the concern I have is if that pause turns into 12 months, we don't know what's going to happen. I can barely know what's going to happen next week, and so then if the pause is more than 12 months, that could be the metaphorical rain coming into the building and destroying the beautiful flooring that the contractor laid.
Yeah, and I appreciate that concern, Commissioner Suchman. We'd be happy to follow up, maybe respond in writing with clarity on that
Well, maybe
question.
if we actually require a briefing, then you can include that in your briefing. Okay, thank you.
Well, actually, so let me do this. I think we're going to take this matter under advisement, but we're going to issue something relatively quickly, like within a day or two, focusing particularly on this briefing issue and what we want briefed and how soon we want the answer. But incumbent, or within that order that we're going to issue, will be a direction as to whether or not you keep working away on this or put down the shovel. So with that, let's go on to.
Mr. Chair, item number 14 is a request from Potomac Electric Power Company for its Fairmont Heights Microgrid pilot project.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. DeAndre Wilson, Michael Gehan here on behalf of staff. On September 11th, 2023, Pepco filed a request with the Commission to amend Commission Order Number 89664 in case number 961 to reject its Livingston Road pilot project and allow the company to submit alternative energy storage project for consideration for inclusion in Maryland's energy storage pilot program. After consideration of the matter at the February 14, 2024 administrative meeting, the Commission accepted Pepco's request to amend Commission Order 89664 to reject the company's Livingston Road energy storage pilot project pursuant to Public Utilities Article 7-216H4 as not being in the public interest and not meeting the requirements of Public Utilities Article 7-216D. and granted staff 60 days to evaluate Pepco's proposed replacement project for inclusion in the energy storage pilot program. On October 17, 2023, Pepco filed an application to request that its Fairmont Heights Microgrid pilot project be considered as the alternative energy storage project for inclusion in the pilot program. Pepco's Fairmont Heights Microgrid is a utility-owned and operated project comprised of 120 kilowatts of capacity with 186 kilowatt hours of battery energy, connected to 6 single-family net zero homes equipped with rooftop solar PV systems, each with 17.9 kilowatts of storage for an additional 107.4 kilowatts of capacity and 106 kilowatt hours of energy, for a total capacity of 227.4 kilowatts and 292.2 kilowatt hours for the entire microgrid project. The loads for the 6 single-family homes will be primarily served by the on-site solar PV systems, which will operate as part of the Maryland Community Solar Pilot Program, where the homeowners will be offered a subscription to participate in the community solar offering, which will require no upfront cost or monthly fee and is expected to offset a significant portion of the subscriber's monthly energy bills. The PV system will be supported by the battery. When the PV energy output exceeds the estimated project load, the excess energy can be captured by the battery via an underground DC distribution system that allows the homes and the battery to share and balance energy as needed to meet the home's load. The battery will be grid tied and can be discharged energy back onto the system during times of excess production or when the battery needs an alternative source to charge, likely at night during winter. The exporting of the energy from the battery onto Pepco's electric grid will be prohibited during peak hours. The project is expected to maximize local resilience for the new housing development, and its primary application will be for islanding, peak shaving, and load management, local resilience, and local grid flexibility. Pepco will also have the ability to control the project's energy storage component to reduce congestion on constrained feeders, real-time visibility, and management of storage, greater reliability and resilience, all of which can inform future applications. The battery will be owned by Pepco, who will be responsible for the routine maintenance for the energy storage system, including response and mitigation of any issues that involve operations and maintenance. The PV system will be owned by the microgrid developer, who will be solely responsible for the maintenance of the PV system for the first 2 years of the pilot. In 2020, the Housing Initiative Partnership, or HIP, a nonprofit affordable housing developer chosen by the Redevelopment Authority of Prince George's County to develop the net zero single-family homes, was awarded a feasibility grant by the MEA to feasibly integrate community solar and battery energy storage systems, as well as racking, mounting, and wiring equipment with the 6 homes in the town of Fairmont Heights, which is both a low to moderate income and a disadvantaged community. In March of 2021, Pepco, along with the developer, joined HIP and have collaborated with the town of Fairmont Heights, its mayor, and the Fairmont Heights Citizens Association on the various aspects of the project, which include the facilitation of approximately 15 outreach meetings with the community, including members of of Prince George's County's council, state delegates, and Senate members. Pepco estimates the total capital cost to construct the project at approximately $2.3 million, with additional O&M costs totaling $1.5 million for a total of $3.8 million. The company also has contractual agreement in place to safeguard from potential stranded project costs and to ensure the project's completion as outlined in the project scope of work. The master service agreement with the developer and Exelon standard terms and conditions. Similar to its other projects, Pepco has proposed that the capital and O&M costs associated with the implementation of the project be included in rate base and recovered in base rates, consistent with the cost recovery approach approved by the Commission for the Exelon Utilities' other approved energy storage pilot projects, which propose a levelized revenue requirement reflecting a 15-year depreciation period for non-IT capital, consistent with the expected 15-year life of the project. Staff reviewed the BCA produced by the Bradle Group on behalf of Pepco and confirms that the benefit cost ratio is in fact 0.14, which indicates that for every dollar spent, approximately 14 cents of benefits is produced. Although the BCR does not take into account all intangible benefits, the Bradle Group's analysis does include all the benefits that staff reviewed for the first round of storage proposals, including air emissions, public health benefits, deferral or avoided transmission and distribution system upgrades, optionality, energy conservation during time of peak, and additional PJM market benefits. Staff does believe that there may be some calculations related to efficiency loss that are not fully recognized in the Bradle Group's analysis, but based on staff's calculations, these result in minimal changes to the BCR. Staff recommends that the Commission approve Pepco's Fairmont Heights project and is available for any questions from the Commission.
So, any questions, Commissioner Suchman?
Well, I can still say good morning, Mr. Wilson, although we're getting close to noon. So Pepco will own the battery, and the PV system's owned by the microgrid developer. The interconnection between the battery and the PV system and the battery and the grid, who's going to own those interconnections?
Pepco will own those.
Okay, so Pepco will own everything up to the connection to the to the PV system, and then we'll own obviously everything from the battery to the distribution grid and beyond.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, just I wanted to find out what is the current status of this project. Just trying to read through. Is this something that Pepco has, to your understanding, already begun, or is it in the planning phases still?
From staff's understanding, this is a project that has already begun, but I guess Pepco could.
Okay, I was just curious if that went into your recommendation.
I'm sorry, the battery or the battery or construction of the battery, I don't believe has been begun, but planning in regards to the homes and the systems have been planning. But Pepco could probably speak better to.
Okay, well, it was also in LPC. We'll hear from them shortly, and then I guess. Is it important to staff whether or not this be considered part of the pilot? Is there an advantage to it being in the pilot, or can it just be a project that is being pursued by Pepco and in support of MEA?
Staff sees advantages to having the project included in the pilot program, which consists of reporting requirements or demographics that we require the pilot projects to provide, and most of this project or the application that was submitted for this project has been is a duplicate of the requirements that we had for the projects that are already in the program. So the information that we received in this application are similar to those, such as the benefits that were calculated for this project.
Okay. All right, no other questions for staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Suchman.
just to follow up Commissioner Richards' question, this is obviously different than the earlier Pepco proposal, which was just a battery. So the reporting from that would be the responsibility of Pepco. This project is a microgrid project, and so involves a microgrid developer. Pepco would be reporting on the battery aspect of it, but would you be expecting reporting on the microgrid as well, since that obviously goes into the benefit cost calculations?
Yes.
Okay, so and the reporting is going to be done by the utility, both on its own behalf, but also on behalf of the developer.
Can you?
I mean, well, I mean, are you going to be getting reports from the developer about how the microgrid is functioning, or is that going to be coming to you through the utility?
We expect that to come to us through the utility.
Okay, thank you.
So if I remember right, one of the problems with the predecessor project that this one is now replacing was the fact that the neighbors were not happy with living next door to a battery. And so my understanding from what you had described is that those issues, since this is connected to this community solar project, have now gone away, and the potential neighbors of this battery are okay living next to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, People's Council.
Morning, Chairman Hoover, Commissioners. Mark Shebus for the Office of People's Counsel. First, we appreciate staff's thorough overview of this project, and we appreciate the project itself and appreciate Pepco's work on it. By all appearances, Pepco has done a really commendable job working with its collaborators, the Housing Initiative Partnership and Block Energy, and also a commendable job engaging with community members, municipality leaders, and so forth. It's a good project, and OPC doesn't really question that. It also has potential learnings that we think could potentially benefit the pilot project. And to that extent, there is an argument for including the project in the pilot program. OPC's issue is cost recovery. The company has proposed, as staff said, to rate base its operations and maintenance costs. And we simply don't see any justification for that. This project, as staff also said, already is not cost beneficial, has a 0.14 at best benefit cost ratio. Including the project in the pilot will not provide additional benefits. There are potential learnings, but there are potential learnings that will come about or should come about whether or not the pilot is included, or the project is included in the pilot. At best, inclusion in the pilot will just provide a sort of repository or place to file those learnings in a way that could make them more accessible and available to other stakeholders. But with respect to the rate basing of operations and maintenance costs, it would only increase the cost of this project, which is not cost beneficial already, without providing any additional benefits. Now, staff in its buck sheet mentioned that the proposal to rate base the O&M cost is consistent with a previous commission. Well, the buck sheet, I believe, said with the previous proposal by the company. Mr. Wilson's statements just now, I think, said it was also consistent with a commission decision. OPC is not familiar with that order that has previously granted Pepco authorization to rate base O&M costs. The statute authorizes that. The statute also does not require it. That's a matter within the commission's discretion. So, in short, OPC has no issues with the project. But we think that if the commission is inclined to include it in the pilot program, the commission should deny the company's request to rate base the O&M costs because there's simply no justification for that. It would add costs without any benefits, and that is not in the interest of ratepayers. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for OPC? Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning, Mr. Shebus. Oh, I'm so close. Maybe it's afternoon. So in your submission to the commission, you state that to the extent we were to include the project in the pilot program, you would recommend regular reporting on the microgrid's performance once it's operational. Can you give me a sense of how often you think we should be requiring reporting?
Don't have a particular recommendation on that, Commissioner. I am not recalling what the sort of standard reporting requirements are. We think any reporting should be consistent with those, but I don't have in mind what those particular requirements are.
Okay. And then, given how fraught the Livingston Road project was, do you see a value in asking the company to provide us with regular updates about the status of, to the extent we approve this microgrid, the status of the microgrid going forward before it becomes operational?
We would absolutely support that. I mean, the information the company has provided suggests that it has learned lessons from the previous project, and this is sort of a different project because of the collaborators involved. But we certainly think that would be a good idea and would support it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
No question. I think we answered all my questions. Commissioner Barbee.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
So let me ask staff, though, do you have a definitive position regarding whether we allow rate basing of the cost of this project in light of what OPC is suggesting?
Well, it would certainly, a decision not to allow it would certainly provide information for the upcoming 3,000 megawatt program for future energy storage. I think that it's more appropriate to treat it the same as other energy storage projects that are in the pilot, and not differentiate it on that basis.
Okay. So, let's turn to Pepco.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Matthew Seegers appearing on behalf of Pepco. We appreciate staff's analysis, and I think I can take one of the larger issues off the table right now. The company is actually not going to seek to rate base the O&M costs associated with this project. That misstatement was not on staff or OPC. That was a misstatement in our filing. We tried to clarify that in our data request, but I just want to make that clear right up front that we are not seeking to rate base the O&M costs associated with this project. Also would like to provide the following update to the Commission on this project. There has been a cost increase of $1.36 million above what is stated in our filing for this project. That's due to increased community outreach, labor and material, and design changes associated with this project. This has resulted in a slight decrease in the BCA for the project to approximately 0.09. In response to the comments from OPC, first of all, OPC states on page 3 of their comments that Pepco has satisfied the Act's project submission requirements in 2020 by submitting the Brookville Bus Depot and the Livingston Road projects for Commission approval. That is actually not correct. In Public Utilities Article 7.216, Section H5, it specifically states that if the Commission rejects an application for a storage project, like it did so in the Livingston Road project, the utility is required to come back with a substitute project. And that is what we have done, and that is why we are here today. Also addressing comments by OPC that the Commission should not approve the project because, simply put, the company is going to do it anyway. While this may be true, it is worth noting that this project is, we feel, unique among the storage pilot projects. This is a residential microgrid that has a storage and a solar component. This is the kind of non-wires alternative that the company has been encouraged to look at, and it's one that we're very excited about. We expect to gain very valuable learnings from this project. However, if the Commission does not approve this as part of the pilot of the storage pilot, the learnings that we get from this project, it won't be able to be incorporated into the annual metrics reports that we file with the Commission. And as a result, it's not going to be included in the information in the report the Commission needs to provide to the General Assembly under the statute. And given the learnings that we could get from this project, we believe that it is in the public interest to have those learnings included as part of the pilot. So with that, I do have several subject matter experts here who are available for any questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard?
I don't have a question for the company, but I would like to hear back from OPC to see if if this changes anything.
We'll get to that. So, questions for
No,
Pepco?
actually, I was going to ask.
Oh, the same thing, yeah. Just to find out if the two things, if the lower cost benefit analysis and the fact that the company says the O&M cost will not be in rate base, does that change any of your views on this project?
It does, Commissioner Richard. We appreciate that clarification, and if the O&M costs, if the company is not proposing to rate base those O&M costs, we don't have an issue with the project being included in the pilot. As we said, we think the learnings that Mr. Seegers described should come from this pilot or this project in any case. But we also agree that the pilot could provide a repository for them and make them more available and useful to other stakeholders. Yeah, I mean, the low benefit cost ratio is a concern, but again, this project is happening anyway, irrespective of the pilot. So for purposes of whether this project is included in the pilot or not, that shift is not so much a concern. We do think that it does support Commissioner Suchman's recommendation that the Commission, the company be required to provide regular updates on this project so the Commission can duly oversee it.
Okay. Can I just one other question? Did you have a chance to review, I don't know if it's part of your analysis, some of our previous orders in 2020, 2022, and 2024 on the pilot, various pilot projects. Did you have a chance to look at any of those conditions or anything that you thought in particular we ought to place on this particular project, or if that wasn't part of your analysis, that's okay?
We did look at some of those orders in connection with the review of this proposal, but there were no particular conditions that we thought the Commission should apply, as far as I can recall.
Okay, well, thank you. And so the position of OPC is that even with this 0.09 best benefit cost ratio, and now with the clarification that you're still in support of this project.
Yeah, we don't think there's harm in including the project in the pilot if the O&M costs are not going to be rate-based. And again, we appreciate the clarification from the company on that point.
Okay, and you're satisfied with the company's clarification?
We are.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Barve, any questions?
Nothing. Let's vote.
Well, actually, let me get a couple clarifications.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, I asked the questions of staff about, the neighbors and things like that. And I take it with this increased outreach, the people that are going to be living next to this project are actually perfectly happy doing that, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. I do have a subject matter expert who can speak to our external outreach, but this project does have support within the community. So, yes, I hope that answers your question.
All right, so next question. There's been this question about, so you own the battery, but you don't own the microgrid.
We will own, and I'll have to turn to my subject matter expert, but my understanding is that we're going to own the battery and the microgrid. We're not going to own the solar. So my subject matter will kick me if I'm incorrect.
So if we're interested in information regarding the performance of the microgrid, you can in fact provide that directly because you'll be the ones doing that.
Yes. We will need to work with our contractor, but yes, we can provide that information.
Okay. All right. All right. So with that, let me move that we grant the company's request for approval of its alternative Fairmont Heights microgrid pilot project for inclusion in Maryland's energy storage pilot program, subject to the general conditions specified in Commission Order number 89664 and Commission Order number 90453, and that the company provide quarterly reports to staff on the performance of the battery and the microgrid. And with that, Commissioner Sussman?
Right, and if I could just amend that, so can we get those quarterly reports also in terms of the status of the project? So then the quarterly reports would both be for pre-operational and operational.
Sure.
Okay, and with that, aye.
Commissioner Barbe?
Aye.
Commissioner Richard?
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 15 is a request from Tenaska Power Management LLC to redact information from its supplier application.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Kenneth Albert on behalf of staff. This item addresses a filing by Tenaska Power Management that asks the Commission to delete or redact one portion of the application that Tenaska filed in August 2016 seeking authorization to operate as an electricity supplier. The Commission did indeed, in October 2016, authorize Tenaska to operate. The portion that Tenaska wants to redact contains the January 2009 decision by FERC in connection with an enforcement proceeding against Tenaska's affiliates that alleged inappropriate actions by the affiliates in bidding for capacity on an interstate natural gas pipeline. In its January 2009 decision in this enforcement case, FERC approved an uncontested settlement that resolved all the issues without an admission of wrongdoing by Tenaska. And attached to the FERC decision was a copy of the settlement, which is also an attachment to Tenaska's supplier application. And both the settlement and FERC's decision are as well an attachment to the application or the filing we have here in April 2024. Redacting the FERC enforcement information would essentially mean it would become confidential. It would not be available on the Commission's website. The only rationale that Tenaska provides for redacting is, quote, that it has been over 10 years since the FERC enforcement action was taken against Tenaska's affiliates. But the fact that a document was filed several years ago does not justify treating it as confidential, as staff explained in its comments. Moreover, treating the enforcement action as confidential would be inconsistent with the very strong presumption in Maryland under the Public Information Act that information that is held by the government be open to the public. And another reason that the Commission should determine that this information should not be redacted, it is not the type of information that is confidential under Maryland law, as explained in staff's bug sheet. And the information is also not confidential because it consists of FERC documents that are available on FERC's website. Again, it's a stipulation and a Commission and a FERC decision. Also, the fact that Tenaska attached the information to both its application 2016 and its application here, filed on a non-confidential basis, sort of seems like a waiver of any attempt for them now to say it really needs to be confidential. And it also bears emphasis from a big policy perspective that applicants' enforcement history is a really important part of this Commission's review of whether to authorize an applicant. This is, of course, an issue near and dear to Commissioner O'Donnell. That's probably the first thing, probably the most significant thing we see in an application. There's financial data and all that, but it's hard to really parse any significance from that. But the first thing we look at is have other commissions had enforcement actions, which of course allege the misconduct by the company. So we're concerned that there's a transparency issue here. Right now, if someone wants to look at how this commission responds to an enforcement history against an applicant, they can go to the application because the enforcement history is right there. So this might set this would make it more difficult for suppliers and the public to understand exactly how the commission weighs enforcement histories. And needless to say, if this is treated confidentially, we suspect, especially since there was no admission of wrongdoing, one could certainly see a situation with the next applicant coming in where they have true enforcement proceedings against them where there is a finding of wrongdoing, would say, hey, this is held confidential even when there was no wrongdoing. Then certainly you want to do it in a situation like ours. So therefore, the staff recommends that the commission reject this request, that the commission redact this information about enforcement history against Tenaska.
So, is there anybody here from Tenaska that you're aware of?
We did invite them, and they did, of course, have access to our buck sheet, but no, they declined to attend.
And apart from what's in their letter, I mean, is there any clue as to why now? And
we're baffled, again, especially because they just filed the same stuff that they say they don't want anyone to know about. Yeah. They just filed it and asking us to make sure no one knows about it. We're confused, but like I said, I'll take them at their word. They just think it's stale information.
Okay. Well, I don't think they got so much to fear from general public wanting to read a FERC order, but so anyway, I move we reject the company's request that the commission redact from the public version of the commission's website the FERC enforcement information in the application filed by the company on August 8th, 2016 for authorization to operate as an electricity supplier in Maryland. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barve.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, items 16 through 18 are Empower Maryland Program Plan modifications from Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, Delmarva Power and Light Company, and Potomac Electric Power Company.
Hopefully we can move things along.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Michael Jang on behalf of staff. Items 16, 17, and 18 are Empower Maryland Program Plan modifications by BGE, DPL, and Pepco, respectively. BGE's plan modifications made changes to the Residential Quick Home Energy Checkup Program, Home Performance with Energy Star Program, and a CNI Prescriptive Program. DPL's plan modifications made changes to the HVAC Program, Home Performance with Energy Star Program, and Appliance Rebates Program. Pepco's plan modifications made changes to the HVAC Program, Home Performance with Energy Star Program, Appliance Rebates Program, CNI Custom Program, and CNI Retrocommissioning Program. The changes mainly focused on increasing forecasted savings of each of the programs, mostly through increased participation. BGE, DPL, and Pepco are asking that the Home Performance with Energy Star Program audit be revised so that a second audit can be provided to customers after a 5-year waiting period. Staff believes that a 3-program cycle, so a 9-year waiting program, 9-year time period, is more appropriate. Is a more appropriate waiting period before customers should receive a second audit. Staff believes that the typical estimated useful life of the measures provided in these programs is greater than 5 years and more closely coincides with the 3-program cycle timeframe. BGE, DPL, and Pepco are again proposing their moderate income programs, which are supported by DHCD, as well as reconsideration of the DHCD coordination budgets. The moderate income program focuses on participants who are above the threshold of which DHCD focuses on, but are typically overlooked by those standard programs. For the DHCD coordination program, BG's DHCD coordination budget is approximately $55,000 in utility administrative costs and $300,000 in marketing costs each year. For DPL's DHCD coordination budget, it's approximately $15,000 in administrative costs and $4,000 in marketing costs each year. Pepco's DHCD coordination budget is approximately $40,000 in utility administrative costs and $120,000 in marketing costs. So staff does note that OPC filed comments regarding these items on June 10th, 2024. Staff recommends that the Commission approve BGE's, DPL's, and Pepco's moderate income program. Staff also recommends that the Home Performance with Energy Star program allow customers to receive a second audit after a 3-program cycle waiting period for BGE, DPL, and Pepco. Finally, staff recommends that Commission approve BG, DPL's, and Pepco's remaining program modifications. Thank you, and we are available for questions.
Any questions for staff? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, Assistant People's Counsel. The Exelon Utilities originally filed their modified plans on February 15, 2024. Since that time, HB 864 has passed, and the Commission has also recently issued its HB 864 implementation order. Our comments in this matter focused on the utilities' proposals for moderate income plans. OPC originally, or just to clarify, program offerings for moderate income customers within their Empower plans. OPC originally suggested this. I believe we stated this during a hearing, and we are supportive of the idea of the Exelon Utilities offering programs specifically geared towards moderate income customers. However, because we now have the requirements of HB 864 and the Commission's recent order, we do believe that these offerings should be approved initially for a period of 1 year, with reporting to the newly established Moderate Income Work Group by no later than February 1st, 2025, so that the Moderate Income Work Group can have some information on how these programs are performing before filing its report with the Commission by April 1st, 2025, and then, of course, later reporting to the General Assembly. We believe that these offerings will provide some valuable information about how these programs are working to the work group, but that's why we recommend this limited implementation period. And we also ask that the Commission direct the Moderate Income Work Group to comment on the program performance and whether perhaps the program should be modified in some way, ended, or continued. And also that the Moderate Income Work Group consider other methods of income verification besides self-attestation. Our concern with self-attestation goes also to the issue of the proposed incentives for customers under these programs. The Exelon Utilities are proposing to pay nearly the total cost through incentives, in some cases 95%. We do believe that that should be lowered, and it should fall somewhere between the 50% that's roughly provided to a standard customer, and 100%, which is provided to limited income customers through DHCD. And this high percentage of incentives that would be provided is especially concerning when we're dealing with ratepayer funds and we're dealing with an issue of self-attestation of income. So with some modifications to the moderate income program proposals, we do recommend that the Commission approve the utilities modified plans, and that would be a decrease in incentive levels. Additionally, we recommend that area median income be used for eligibility instead of federal poverty level. We believe that that would allow a greater number of customers to apply and be eligible for these programs. And then with the pilot-like considerations that we discussed, an initial period of 1 year, and then mandatory reporting by February 1st, 2025 to the Moderate Income Work Group. And finally, that Moderate Income Work Group be directed to consider the program performance and other methods of income verification. We also did support, we mentioned briefly our support for Delmarva and Pepco's changes to their HVAC programs. Although we've made extensive comments, as the Commission knows, regarding midstream programs and how we can improve those HVAC programs, we think this is a step in the right direction. Delmarva and Pepco are both increasing their incentives for HVAC programs, and they specifically want to increase incentives for heat pumps for residential homes. So with these, and finally, I apologize, there is one additional consideration, and this is likely not a reason why OPC would oppose this plan, but we do believe that the Commission respectfully should direct the utilities to explain some of the cost differences in their original filings back in 2023 and their modified filings. Specifically, BGE reduced its home performance budget, while Pepco increased its home performance budget with these modified plans. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Questions for OPC? Commissioner Richard? Commissioner Barbe? So...
No questions.
Okay. So do you have an opinion on this suggestion that the customers of the Home Energy Performance with Energy Star program get a second audit after the 3-year program cycle, the 9-year difference as opposed to the 5-year difference?
We did support the original proposal, more audits within 5 years. I'm not sure that we have particularly strong feelings on that, and I agree that the 9-year program, the 9-year audit would coincide with program cycles, but our thought is that this is, as a ratepayer funded program, it would be beneficial to have an audit with less time in between.
And you're not concerned that if we reduce the incentive level, that's going to put a damper on participation?
I think, Mr. Chairman, that is a risk, and I think in part because our recommendation is to just approve this for a period of 1 year, that would be in a way a test. We would see whether people are willing to participate and then increase the incentive level, which is of course ratepayer funded. It just seems so close to what DHCD is offering, and especially with the increase or our recommended increase to eligibility of area media income versus FPL or federal poverty level, that will allow customers with slightly higher incomes to participate. So that's another reason why we think there should be something in the middle there between the 50 and the 95.
Actually.
Okay, so just to follow up on the chair's question about the pilot. So you have this 1-year pilot, and then you're gathering information. After the 1-year pilot, the program's no longer available for low income or moderate income customers. So are you concerned about that gap between the end of the pilot period and the extent to which we can take on this issue again? So that could be, a significant gap, and so we lose opportunity there.
Commissioner Suchman, I say pilot-like, but I think that what we really mean is it would be our intention that the commission consider this again within the 1 year, after the 1 year is up, using some of the data that's been acquired through and reported to the Moderate Income Work Group, and using any comments that the Moderate Income Work Group has filed regarding this program.
Well, but you can do that without designating it as a pilot. I mean, you can sort of simply flag that as something that you'd be interested in gathering data on. We can always change the program. I'm just worried about calling it a pilot, having a sort of a 1-year period where it ends, and then we lose all of the benefits that we could be gaining during that period.
And I would agree, Commissioner Suchman. I don't think we have to call it a pilot. I think there would have to be a scheduled date before the expiration of that 1 year for the commission to reconsider that issue, because I agree that it would be a waste to lose momentum. If there's momentum, which we would hope that there would be, we would not want to lose that momentum.
Okay, so but you would ask us to order some kind of review of this aspect of it, and I would be okay with that. I just don't see the point of having this program end. So then the question is whether we need to, if we keep it at 50%, whether we should be increasing the level of the incentive because we're not getting enough participation, or maybe reduce it if we're getting too much. But I don't think that's gonna. I think that's not likely. But anyway, it gives us the ability to look and see how we're doing without having an arbitrary deadline or an arbitrary end.
I personally, OPC would support that.
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you.
Suchman, thank you.
Any other? And I guess without getting too much into the weeds, I mean, why do you suggest using the area medium income as opposed to the federal poverty level?
Simply because in Maryland, median income is relatively high, so that would increase the eligibility for the program to individuals with higher incomes. But in our view, those would still be safely considered moderate income customers. So it would increase the pool of available applicants to the program, or those that would be eligible, and that's also consistent with positions that OPC has taken, for example, in the PC 59 proceeding where we recommended using AMI.
Okay. So let's turn to representative of the companies.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of the Exelon Utilities. My points are particularly responding to OPC. So the first thought is in terms of the discussion related to decreasing the cost of the incentive. Our position is that the Commission should authorize the Exelon Utilities to offer incentives up to 95%. And I do want to make a clarification related to the 50% market rate comment. It's actually 75% or $10,000. It's whichever comes first, a cap of the total project costs. So really, your range is 75 to 100%, as I understand it. And with this being a new offering, there is an uncertainty, as you kind of aptly pointed out, Commissioner Suchman, about what the incentive level or how the incentive level could result in participation. So it is important to test and look at the price analysis to really get that data and then be able to talk about it within this new moderate income working group. So from the Exelon Utilities standpoint, by authorizing it up to 95%, there is that flexibility, and those discussions can be had within the moderate income work group. And that gives that flexibility to adjust it to see if if a higher incentive makes a difference or not. And we don't want to delay the benefit to the customers at this time by trying to set an incentive within the working group, but I think that up to authorization would give the Exelon Utilities what we need here. Also, Commissioner Suchman, is kind of your questions went to in terms of the suggestion to only offer or have the offering run for a year. We'd again say that the Commission should approve the program or the offering, as filed. It is for the duration of this cycle, and there is the moderate income work group that we are committed to working in, where we can discuss, and like I said kind of earlier when we talk about adjusting the incentives, we can look at that and work within the working group. But to cap it at a year, I don't think is prudent and would delay customer benefits more. Finally, I just want to make a quick point about or actually this is my third point, I have 4 points. In relation to the AMI versus the FP&L metric for eligibility, I understand DHCD uses both, so we, in the offering, we would want it to align with how DHCD determines income eligibility. So to the extent the Commission sees fit, we could do both, AMI and FP&L. And finally, just to address the cost change, it really has to do with adjusting the participation forecasts. So Pepco, we reduced our LMI participation by about 10%, whereas though BGE decreased theirs by a larger amount, and then the incentive rate for both utilities was increased for electric savings that resulted in a reforecasting of a higher percentage of projects for electric heating homes. So it's just changing those forecast numbers that is resulting in that change in numbers. So with that, I'll close, but I do have SMEs here with me from both utilities, all three utilities, but PHI and BGE, who can answer any more detailed questions.
One quick question for me: this 3-year or the 9-year, 5-year issue that staff brought up. What's your thought on that?
We do oppose that, and I think we actually agree with OPC on this one. Having the audits run within 5 years, we think, is a more appropriate timeline. We really don't think that it should be over that 3-year cycle basis, so we are opposed to that recommendation from staff.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard? Commissioner Suchman?
And do you see value in having us ask you after sort of a 1-year period to provide information on how the program is doing, or do you think that's going to naturally come out of your participation in this work group?
My sense is that it would naturally come out, and also, we have our semi-annual reports that we provide to the Commission, but I will turn back here to looks like everyone seems to agree with me on that one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Commissioner Rory, go ahead.
Sure. Would it be fair to say that an inadequate incentive, percentage incentive, might cause the program not to perform properly? It might cause it to fail. Is that a position that you could agree with?
Commissioner Barbe, I think that is something that the utilities are sensitive to and would like to, that goes with the idea of doing an up to, because, as the offering is, progressing along, it may be seen that if the incentive is too low, there would be a lower participation versus as the incentive increases, there could be increased participation. So again, having that flexibility and being authorized up to 95% really allows the utilities to be, or the Exelon utilities to really understand and do that price discovery, if you will, for this offering.
Yeah, I think that was a position of the legislature as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, actually, I think what I want to do with this one is take this one under advisement too, because it's a little tricky about how I want to sort of thread our way through the various items on this. But again, we will get something out relatively quickly on this matter. So.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, items 19 through 21 are the electric vehicle charging station reliability and reporting business plans of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, Delmarva Power and Light Company, and Potomac Electric Power Company for 19, for 20, SMECO, and for 21, the Potomac Edison Company.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Drew McAuliffe on behalf of staff. On February 9th, 2024, the Exelon Utilities, Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, Potomac Electric Power Company, and Delmarva Power and Light Company, as well as Potomac Edison and Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, filed their EV charging station reliability and reporting business plans in accordance with Commission Order number 90971, issued on January 10th, 2024, in case 9478. The Commission outlined that the business plan should include the company's plan for determining if a charging station is down and any process improvements related to backdating uptime based on customer complaints, whether charging stations are down if they are disconnected from their network, and how they will differentiate between vandalism and other causes of damage, and if they're able to meet the requirements set forth in Order 90974. All of the utilities' business plans meet the requirements laid out in Order 90971, and staff recommends that the Commission accept the business plans as filed and require the utilities to begin filing their quarterly reports as required in HB 834. Staff did also review OPC's comments. While we don't generally support some of the proposals, we're not against any of the requests that OPC made. I would just note in regards to reporting the cost of the maintenance of the chargers, staff feels that's kind of outside the scope of this, because these are just the business plans for the reliability and reporting, but we're happy to have that information reported in the EV semi-annual reports or just as a separate filing in case 9478. And I'm available for any questions.
So, questions for staff? Commissioner, okay. OPC.
Good afternoon now, Chairman Hoover, Commissioners Mark Shebas for Office of People's Counsel. OPC has relatively few issues with the plans themselves filed by the utilities. As our comments explain, we take issue with some of the language in the Exelon Company's plan. There's language that would seem to allow for exceptions to the 97% uptime standard without a clear explanation of what those exceptions are. So absent clarification from the company today about what that means or additional language that could clarify it, we think that language should be removed from the plan. We also take issue with some of the signage proposals by the utilities. Potomac Edison did not provide a specific proposal in its plan. It said that it will develop one. The Exelon Utilities and SMECO both did. OPC generally supports the language proposed by SMECO. We did ask for one small change in their language, basically replacing the word device with a more specific term, we think screen would be appropriate, and if there are additional parts of the charging station that should also be added, we think that could be wise too. The issue there is that the language proposed basically says the charger may work even though it's broken. And I think a bit more precision would be helpful there. And comments filed by Mr. Hartman, and I'm sure you'll hear from him in a bit, he's here today, also raised the question of the need for signage to make sure that customers are not exposing themselves to an unsafe charger by using a charger that is, has electrical issues, for instance. So OPC also supports Mr. Hartman's recommendation that signage include some kind of warning that would, I think the issue is you have signage that says this charger may be functional notwithstanding the broken screen. We don't want to suggest that a charger may be functional notwithstanding there being wires exposed. So some sort of messaging that makes that distinction clear, OPC supports as well. As staff noted, OPC's comments raised the question of the cost of maintenance going forward. We have some estimates for the sort of contractual operations and maintenance costs from Pepco, but for the other utilities, we don't have those numbers. At least OPC is not aware of them, and we don't have estimates at all of the going forward capital costs. But based on statements that utilities made in some of these business plans, it's clear that there will be costs, and potentially those could be significant. So whether that information is required as part of the plans that utilities have to file pursuant to HB 834, and we do support staff's recommendation that utilities be required to file those plans immediately after the Commission's decision today. Whether that information is provided as part of those plans or through some other channel, we think that's extremely important for the Commission to have in making future decisions about the utilities' public charging networks. We also address the issue of accessibility. In the working group report that laid out the consensus standards of the working group, Standard 25 included at subsection 4 that utility charging, unless charging is permanently provided free of charge to customers, charging stations must provide access for users that are limited English proficient and accessibility for people with disabilities. Now, I think some of the utilities proposals includes that language verbatim. SMECO provides a significant amount of detail about what the company is doing to sort of look at its stations to make sure that they are accessible. We didn't get a commitment of that kind from either the Exelon utilities or Potomac Edison, and we think that's really important. So one of our recommendations for the Commission here, and again, well, I think because of this language in the standard, which was a consensus recommendation and is approved by the Commission order, we think the utility should make a survey of their public charging stations to determine how accessible they are, because it's not clear at this point whether they are, and we know that MDOT through NEVI is prioritizing accessibility. We think the Commission through its public charging program should as well. The other issue that we raise is the issue that we learned that Exelon Corporation has invested in Charger Help, the company that both the Exelon utilities and Potomac Edison have contracted for preventative and or corrective maintenance services. That may not be problematic, but we think it raises the issue of what processes the Exelon utilities have to ensure that the development of RFPs and vetting of proposals that are received pursuant to those RFPs are sort of insulated from the potential for self-dealing that investment by Exelon raises. And again, we support the request by staff, which I think was also in Mr. Hartman's comments, that after the decision by the Commission on these plans, the utility should immediately start to file their quarterly reports pursuant to HB 834. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question for OPC. Alrighty. Mr. Hartman. Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hoover and Commissioners. My name is Lanny Hartman. I filed written comments on this, and I have a few concerns that I want to bring forward. The first, as OPC mentioned, was I have concerns about the language proposed by the Exelon utilities for their signage. It says this charger may be functional despite damage to the device. I'm concerned that damage is too broad of a term there. I've encountered charging stations that are damaged, but I don't consider would be safe to use. I suggest that if there is signage at all, that it be restricted to components such as the screen. However, really, as an EV driver, I don't feel that that's even necessary. You're looking at some photographs that I brought today. I was thinking, I've traveled extensively and used a lot of charging stations, and I was looking for an example in my memory of signs that are at charging stations that are, have a lot of detailed information like this. And I came across Kansas City Power and Light did something like that. It's a huge sign. It's like 12 inches by 2 foot long. And you're looking at that today. The other issue about the cost of the operation and maintenance, I believe that HB 834 requires the cost and of the maintenance and repairs to be reported every 3 months as part of the statute. And that's what I'm hoping to see as part of the statute or part of the reporting. And I hope that reporting starts soon. The law went into effect October 1st. It was passed a year ago. And I, as well as other EV drivers, are eager to see the transparency that this law promises. As we were sitting here today, I got an alert on my PlugShare app that someone down here, Bolt EV driver named Erin, reported that she can't charge at the BGE stations at Carroll Park because one of the stations is offline and the other station is blocked by an ICE vehicle. EV drivers want to be able to use this infrastructure that we're paying for. And we're concerned about the cost of the upkeep and maintenance because somebody's got to pay for all of this infrastructure, including the cost of the maintenance. I was looking at the cost of the first NEVI-funded charging station in the United States last night, and it's 70 cents per kilowatt hour. That's pretty high. So controlling the cost of the infrastructure, the build out, as well as the maintenance. So we would like to have transparency there. Saturday, a week and a half ago, I spent much of the day traveling around and sampling charging stations in the utility network. And I came across some disappointing sites. In College Park, there was one site that had 4 charging stations. All 4 of them were offline. I was able to get one of them to work with an RFID card. And I charged there, and 11 days later, I've yet to get a bill for that. Went to another place. It's KFC in Colmar Manor. There are 4 charging stations there. All of them were offline as well. In my information, my app said nobody's used them for 2 weeks. Today, 11 days later, it's still offline. Now, 11 days is important because 11 days is the threshold for 97% uptime in a year. So already we're looking at those are out of compliance for 97% uptime. And what I wonder, and what this transparency of this reporting is going to provide is that being recognized? Is the stations that I was at a week and a half ago, are those being recognized as being offline? If we have the start date and the date that they are repaired to compare to our own experiences, that is the level of transparency that we're looking for, as well as the station that was just reported this morning here in Baltimore City. So that concludes my report, my comments, and if you have any questions, I'm here and happy to answer any.
So, any questions, Commissioner Richard? Commissioner Sussman? So, actually, before you go, since you visit a lot of charging stations, the damage that the ones that are damaged, is it mainly the screens that are the problem, or?
It can be a variety of things. The damage that I worry about is the issues that I consider might be safety related, okay? I've seen cracked connectors on live DC fast chargers. I report them and I come back a month later and it's still there. I don't know what to say. Broken latches on fast chargers. Now, I'm not so much concerned about level 2 240 volt, but the 440 volt. If the latch that locks that connector to your car is broken and it can just be slid off, it's designed so you have to push the button to unlock it from the vehicle before you pull it out. And there's all types of bad things that can happen if you just pull it straight out. I report that every time I see it. I reported it when I was making my rounds at one, I think near Waldorf or something. I report that kind of stuff right away. The damage, with the signs that's trying to, I think what it's trying to do is inform people that if the screen is dark, you may still be able to work it somehow. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Ideally, we want these things fixed right away, so it's not going to be an issue. As an EV driver, if I see a broken screen, I'm mostly going to be wasting my time trying to get it to work because it's probably dead, okay? I have seen vandalism. I included some photographs in my comments that I hope are helpful. Just kind of a banquet of the kind of things that I've seen that befall charging stations, including vandalism, unfortunately. But I hope that answers your question.
Okay, all right. All right, so why don't we turn to, I guess, the companies.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Garcia with Potomac Edison. And I do have a couple of SMEs here with me today. First, I do want to thank staff for their diligence and review of the various submittals that were put in for this, and also thankful for their recommendation. And as far as OPC's comments, we are generally supportive of the comments that they've made regarding signage, and we also agreed to survey our charging stations and report back as to the accessibility of all stations, as well as the language opportunities that are available to users. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for PE? Okay.
Good afternoon again, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of the Exelon Utilities. Quick points to make. The first one is related to, and I'd also like to thank staff for their diligent review of our plans. The first point to make is related to OPC's suggestion about the subject to exceptions language that the Exelon Utilities used in their reliability plan. That language is what's mirrored from the PC44 working group report that was filed in July of 2023. And that language references the NEVI standards, which are codified in the Code of Federal Regulations 23-680.116B. And within that regulation, there's an excluded, T excluded, that the standards reference when calculating uptime, or they put together a equation, and those exemptions are what the Exelon utilities are referring to. And those are those things such as electric utility service interruptions, failure to charge or meet the EV charging customers' expectation for power delivery due to the fault of the vehicle, scheduled maintenance, natural disasters, and then vandalism. I don't think vandalism is included in the Code of Federal Regulations, but that is something that I think the working group worked through. And as to how the Exelon utilities are going to be reporting the uptime versus downtime, as it relates to these exemptions, the idea is we would give metrics that would show both uptime that includes like force majeure events or preventative maintenance downtime, and then we'd also include an uptime that has taken that out, and then with commission approval, we'd remove those once the commission approves our request to remove those certain events from the calculation for uptime. And so I just want to clear that up there in terms of how that language got into our reliability plan and exactly what we plan to do moving forward. As to OPC's suggestion for the language to be included on the EV chargers, we generally accept that language, including I think they included a red line to change from device to screen. The Exelon utilities would be fine with that language as it is stated in their comments. To the discussion of providing cost estimates for capital and operations and maintenance costs, it's important to note that phase 2 filings from the utilities are imminent, and it is expected that the program cost for maintenance of the chargers will be included in those phase 2 filings. The point about, I'll actually take my points out of order. As to accessibility, charger installations to date have complied with state and local permitting requirements, which include ADA accessibility standards, as I understand it. Stations that have already been installed would not be able to be revisited unless that's initiated by the site host at their discretion. But going forward, this is particular to BGE, the utility will continue to comply with ADA standards as outlined through that permitting process and work with the site hosts. To the last point that OPC, or my last point and a point that OPC raised regarding charger help and the RFP process, it bears noting that it's a standard practice for the Exelon utilities to follow rigorous sourcing standards to ensure fair competition and a balanced assessment of market options when selecting potential vendors. So to the point that OPC raised regarding ownership of stock in charger help, obviously we're going to review that. We saw that on Monday, and we can come back to the commission, but it is, of course, a note that the sourcing process that Exelon undertakes is privileged and confidential. So I will stop there and also let you know that we have SMEs here available for answering more detailed questions, and I am available for questions.
Questions for the company? Well, so on the language situation, I mean, are the charging stations multilingual, or?
I believe they are through the app.
Oh, through the app. And on this issue about if there's like visible damage on the charging station, but it still might work, I mean, is there a way to like within the app make that indication? I mean, if the concern is that it just looks like it's broke, and as Lanny said, you know, why bother with it? I mean, is there some way to sort of tell the customer, look, it may look broke, but it actually does work?
I'm going to turn to the SMEs, but I will say I understand that there is a situation where the charger may be able to still dispense a charge even if the screen is not working. And in that instance, we'd certainly want the customer to still get a charge. But as far as language or messaging through the app, I'd have to, oh, sure, yeah, I'd turn to.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Martinez-Hart. Thank you for letting me speak. For the apps, there are capabilities of distinguishing offline or under maintenance, and we'll be working with our network providers to distinguish that feature. We also have the PlugShare app that we can add a little bit more detail for that description.
And so what is the process, I guess, for, if there's a charger that's damaged or vandalized or whatever? I mean, is there a routine inspection, or does the charger tell you, hey, somebody vandalized me?
We do preventative maintenance, so we do check. We also look at the PlugShare apps for notes from customers that indicate there's damage. I don't know of any capability at this time of the charger to indicate when a screen is faulty, but I can circle back on that and find out.
Okay. Because, the concern I have is, even though I don't necessarily put a lot of faith in it, but there apparently is a fairly strong perception on the part of the public that part of the problem with having an EV is being able to charge it. This range anxiety thing is still seems to be out there. And, the problem is if there are a network of stations, but they don't work, either because, there's problems within the network, or they don't work because they've been damaged by people, it's going to undercut the ability for us to get people to buy electric vehicles, because again, they're going to think, oh, I can't charge. So I guess I'm trying to get a better sense of how we're going to get to a point where there's, a fairly quick turnaround on the part of the owners of the stations when a station is out of operation.
So we are looking at alternative ways to control the maintenance of the chargers. So we have AI learning, so preventative maintenance to enact AI learning models to highlight those features. Also, we are looking to have monitoring of the PlugShare, which we currently do, to highlight any customer complaints that might indicate there's damage to the charger, and then we deploy our maintenance professionals to service that charger.
But it's still the situation where you're using outside contractors as opposed to, your own people, so to speak, right?
The vast majority is with the vendor. We do have some field technician on staff that can quickly deploy for a service station if it's something that we think we can do in-house.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, I think. Actually, I forgot. Smecco, go ahead. Sure.
Good afternoon. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. So just a couple points. I think it's important to just level set for the commission the program that's in place at SMECO in Southern Maryland. We have 60 public charging stations authorized, about half of those installed. We have 30 multi-unit dwellings authorized, none are yet installed. And so it's a very limited program. We're not participating in phase 2 at this time. And we have about half of a full-time equivalent essentially focused on electric vehicle charging at Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. And so that's important to keep in mind. We have acknowledged, accepted all of the compliance requirements as set forth in our filing. We took a great amount of time to create a detailed appendix walking through each of the requirements and showing exactly how we're going to comply with each standard. It's important to note, though, that the compliance with a number of those standards requires us to undertake a considerable manual process. So it takes a lot of time from our staff to walk through each of those standards and manually complete the exercise. I only say that because as the commission considers or potentially considers additional standards, I would respectfully request that they keep the cooperative limited program in mind in determining whether or not to apply those additional standards across the board. It is a resource issue, it is a cost issue, and again, we have a very limited program in place. With respect to a couple of the particular suggestions from OPC in its filing today, I would say with respect to the signage, appreciate OPC generally supporting the signage that the cooperative recommended in its filing. The device versus the screen, which to focus on in that signage, I think it probably would be best to say the device including the screen, so you're capturing both at the same time, because there could be elements beyond the screen itself, and it's a situation where a charge could still be dispensed. In terms of adding safety signage, I would caution the commission about being overly prescriptive when it comes to safety, certainly for the cooperative, and I know it's the case for all utilities in Maryland. Safety is first and foremost. It may be a good opportunity for the working group to visit that issue directly and come to some consensus as to whether or not a safety signage is appropriate and to what degree, but I would caution about being overly prescriptive when it comes to safety at the sites of the charging station, because there could be multiple variables at play when it comes to safety. The last is with respect to disability accommodations, public accommodations being reflected at the charging station sites. As we indicate in our filing, we, and I think all the utilities are in a similar situation, we're certainly complying with all new installations post the end of 2023 when it comes to ADA accommodations at the sites of our charging facilities. We've also done a survey already. We've talked to the site owners, but as was indicated before, at the end of the day, it's up to the site host as to whether or not to grant us the ability to, for example, expand a parking space to meet an ADA requirement. They may or may not grant us that right to do so. And then for SMECA, we certainly have to consider the additional costs relative to what we have in place, which may be a single level 2 charging station at that particular location. We also are in a lot of public parks. There's gravel roads, gravel facilities, and so paving may not be an option, which may be an accommodation requirement outside of that particular site location. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions, but those are the few points I wanted to mention.
Well, just on this ADA situation, so who creates the requirements? Does the local governments? Is that state government? I mean, who?
Well, the requirements are certainly captured in the statute and then as defined in the recently adopted standards, but it's a going forward position. As we look back, we already have licenses in place for those existing site locations, and so it's up to the site owner to define how much space they want to give to us to put that particular charging station in that location. And so they are public entities, so it is government entities at which we have our charging facilities cited. And so it would be up to them to determine whether to give us more space in order to create the necessary width of the parking spot or access to the charging station itself.
And staff doesn't have any particular knowledge on the ADA compliance issue?
Unfortunately not. We can look into that.
All right. Because I guess, I mean, when it comes to like a parking lot of a shopping center, I mean, they have to have so many spaces for, ADA purposes, for regular cars. And does that come from the local government when they give them the permit to build the parking lot, or?
Yes. I think the answer is yes, and it captures some federal public accommodation requirements as well under the Americans with Disabilities Act. So yes, there has to be a set number of accessible spaces depending upon the
size of the thing,
particular facility.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I suggest that our staff look into the law and see what ADA requirements there are for gas stations and see if we can electric vehicle chargers can be compliant with that.
Yeah. And I guess, I mean, not to get too far down the road on this, but I mean, aside from making the size of the space bigger, I mean, is there other things that have to be done to make a charger ADA, accessible?
I'm gonna turn to our
Yeah, no, that's fine.
subject matter
Sure.
expert,
Yeah.
Natasha Law, who
Yeah.
runs our EV program.
Yeah.
So she's clear.
Natasha Law with SMECO.
Mhm.
There are, when the charger manufacturer provides us the spec sheet, it shows us how far to set it up because it's not just the parking spots or accessibility, it's also height. If
Oh,
in a
okay.
wheelchair, there's
Right.
heights, and so it has to be level. Even even sites before August of '23, all of those specs were met, except for the van accessibility lane and things of that nature. As we've gone to site hosts, some of them have reached out, and then once they see how much space we need for accessibility, because they're already set at the height that is required, and there's no concrete pad in front, like the wheels, I think it's a wheel stop, those aren't in place to make sure that you're not impeding to get up to the charger if you're in a wheelchair. Some of our sites, space is a premium. They've given us the 2 spots for the charger, and that's all they can give. And there's no appetite for giving me more space. So.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, it's maybe a theme today, but I think what we're going to do is take this one under advisement too to try and turn some things around because there's a little. I don't necessarily want to make motions on the fly with the competing things. So.
Item number 22 is petition of the standard offer service suppliers for an order requiring pass-through of zonal net load price and service contracts for 2024 and 2025.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners, Lloyd Spivak for the Commission staff. On May 31st, 2024, a group of wholesale electricity suppliers who provide power for standard office service, including Axpo US LLC, Constellation Energy Generation LLC, DTE Energy Trading Incorporated, Hartree Partners LP, and Shell Energy North America US LP and Vitol Incorporated filed a petition requesting that the Commission issue an order finding that for all SOS auctions for the delivery year 2024-2025 that occurred between February 28, 2023, when PJM first published the results of the delivery year 2024-2025 base residual auction, or BRA, and March 12, 2024, when the Third Circuit Court of Appeals decision affecting the capacity price was issued. The zonal net load price for capacity was not known at the time that those auctions were run, and requiring that the $66.07 per megawatt day price that was used by SOS suppliers as the capacity price for those auctions be treated as a proxy price under the Full Requirement Service Agreement, Section 7.1T. The request pertains to Delmarva Power and Light and its ratepayers. They make this request because in April 2024, the original published BRA price of $66.07 was increased and is currently standing at $175.22 per megawatt day as a result of the ruling by the Third Circuit Court of Appeals in response to an appeal from a number of suppliers and supplier trade organizations. On Friday, staff refiled the original documents that were filed in the 2020 Supplemental Procurement Improvement Process, explaining the purpose and workings of the proxy price mechanism. On Monday, Delmarva Power and Light and OPC filed responses to the petition, urging the Commission to reject it. Having reviewed the petition, the DPL and OPC filings, and the relevant provisions of the Full Requirement Service Agreements, or FSA, that all suppliers sign upon winning a bid to supply power for SOS in Maryland. Staff also recommends that the Commission reject the request. Staff makes this recommendation because, one, the Full Service Requirements Agreement does not contain any provision addressing a situation where the BRA price is known at the time supply bids are made and subsequently modified by legal action. The proxy price is for situations where the BRA price is genuinely unknown. In fact, Section 2.3 of the FSA lists specific risks that the suppliers are not expected to bear, and Section 2.4 states that other risks, in particular other changes to PJM charges, are risks to be borne by the suppliers, called sellers in the FSA. The SOS bids are received in the form of a single price that can be readily compared across all bids. We do not know what the suppliers actually include in those bids. We do not know what risk premiums are in there, nor what hedges, nor any other specific components of the bid price. And finally, for the two SOS bids in question, the suppliers knew an appeal of the original posted price was either possible or in process, and had the ability to price that risk into their bids. If you accept the logic of the supplier's request, then it would be difficult to say that the BRA price is ever really known, as long as there is any chance of an appeal, and we should simply use a proxy price for all bids. The only counter-argument that staff can really see is that ruling against the suppliers in this instance could discourage participation in Maryland SOS bidding or cause suppliers to include increased risk premiums in their bids. These are serious concerns, but they don't change the fact that the BRA price was known at the time of the April and October 2023 bids, that suppliers had the ability to assess the risk of a change and price it into their bids, and that the utilities and their ratepayers have the right to rely on the bid prices being fixed once the bids are accepted, except in very limited circumstances explicitly delineated in the FSA. Accordingly, staff recommends that the petition be denied.
Any questions for staff? Alrighty. Actually, let me go to OPC first.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel. We filed comments on Monday. As Mr. Spivak said, we do oppose the petition. I don't have a lot to add to Mr. Spivak's comments. The full requirements contract is set up to be a contract where the seller takes the risk of changes in price. It explicitly, lays that out in the contract. The point is that, the utility as the buyer, but really the customers behind that, get certainty in price out of that process and out of that contract. There are limited exceptions to that, but they're limited and they're spelled out. And the provision 7.1T just doesn't apply in this case because at the time of these SOS auctions, FERC had accepted a change in PJM's tariff on how the BRA, the base residual auction, was going to run. PJM had posted official prices, and yes, it was subject to appeal, but in a regulated industry, that is part of the situation that has to be dealt with, that when you're in a regulated industry, there can be legal challenges and things can change. On the point about that Mr. Spivak raised about concern about possible risk premium in future auctions, we too, had that concern and thought about it. We think that it's worth discussing in the ongoing PIP meetings, which the normal schedule for that is that we talk about that over the summer, and there's a filing with the Commission at the end of the summer for potential changes to the RFP, to the FSA, to the the full requirement services agreement. I'm trying to not use too many acronyms, but it's difficult. So, and we think that it's worth discussing whether there could be some language that makes it, crystal clear whether these proxy provisions are going to be used or not going forward, because it doesn't really behoove anybody to have uncertainty about that. And then that would then be in place. Whatever came out of that discussion came before the commission at the end of August, early September, would then be in place for the October procurement, which is the next scheduled, with the normal schedule, would be the next scheduled auction, the SOS auction. And we could have that in place if the commission agreed that it was worthwhile to reduce that possibility of unintended risk premium. So those are our comments, and I'd be happy to ask any additional questions about that.
Questions for OPC? Alrighty, let me turn to DPL.
Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Matthew Seegers, appearing on behalf of Delmarva Power. As we outlined in our comments, our obligation is to abide by the terms of the full requirement service agreement, which was approved by this commission. And our interpretation of the FSA is along the lines of staff and the Office of People's Counsel. Our interpretation is that when a true proxy price was used for the October 2022 SOS procurement, because there was no known PJM price. And that price was truly unknown. And for that reason, we believe that under those circumstances, Section 7.1T applies and provides that a true-up will be made once the actual capacity price is known. However, once PJM did post the $66.07 capacity price for the DPL South LDA on February 28th, 2023, there was a known price. There was no need to use the proxy price that was contemplated by Section 7.1T of the FSA. Now, just because that price was invalidated by the Third Circuit after the fact does not mean that there was a known price at the time. In fact, for the April and the October 2023 SOS procurements, the suppliers were very likely on notice that there was the possibility that that price that was posted by PJM could be invalidated and could go higher. And they had the opportunity to include a premium in their bids, and they may very well have done so. We don't know if they did, but it certainly was their right to do so, but they had the ability. And so for these reasons, as staff indicated, Section 2.4 of the FSA applies, which it does put the risk on the suppliers for any price changes for existing PJM projects. With that, I do have my subject matter expert here available if you have any questions.
Questions for DPL? All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Michael Yuffie. I'm appearing on behalf of the SOS suppliers. The intent of the FSA is to treat capacity as a pass-through. I think that's abundantly clear. It's certainly clear by the addition of the proxy language when there was no BRA that was run. That language is captured in Section 7.1. Where the capacity price is known, it's to be used. Where the capacity price is not known, a proxy price shall be used. That's what the language says, shall be used. And the parties will either true up or true down the difference between the proxy price and the final zonal net load price. In this case, the SOS auctions run between February 2023 and March 2024. All of the parties believed that the capacity price was known to be $66.07. The SOS suppliers did not ask for a proxy price, and DPL did not suggest one was needed. The SOS suppliers couldn't have simply put in a proxy price. They could have added in risk premiums, but they couldn't have used a proxy price on their own. But the capacity price was not known because the capacity price was never final. It was never a final zonal net load price. And the capacity price for the 2024-2025 delivery year remains unknown. Right now, it is currently $175.22. And in the comments by both People's Counsel and DPL, they're careful to say currently, which does not connote to a final zonal net load price. People's Council and the PSC have filed conditional complaint with FERC, alleging that the recalculation of the capacity price for the DPL zone would be a violation of the Federal Power Act, and that complaint remains pending at FERC. The People's Council and the PSC have requested for rehearing of FERC's order approving the recalculation of the capacity price for the DPL zone, and that rehearing was denied on May 24th. People's Council and the Commission have the right to appeal FERC's rehearing order. That is pending. In short, in DPL's comments on this petition, DPL acknowledged that the capacity price remains unknown, as it states that the net zonal load price is, again, currently $175.22. Moreover, in its comments, the DPL states that as of the April and October 2023 SOS auctions, quote, there was a known capacity dollar amount from PJM. That's not the language in the FSA. It's not known capacity dollar amount. The standard in the FSA is a zonal net load price for capacity that is final. So in short, the current capacity price, which was calculated to achieve a zonal net load price of $175.22, remains subject to legal and or regulatory challenge. It remains unknown. It's important to step back and remember the BRA auctions were intended to be run 3 years forward. That means that you would have a BRA that would be run, and that would set the price 3 years forward, which would give you ample time to run through any regulatory or legal challenges to that BRA price. It's never occurred, by the way, that there's been a challenge to the BRA price that went through a regulatory and then legal challenge in the Court of Appeals. What's happened recently, obviously there were auctions SOS auctions that were run for a delivery year where the BRA was not calculated, which have been referred to in the comments. This particular BRA was run obviously with a year and 3 months prior to the delivery year, which again does not give ample time to run through the regulatory and legal process, which remain pending. Section 7.1 of the FSA is clear that when the capacity price is not known, the parties use a proxy price. And that's what the SOS suppliers are requesting here, to treat the $66.07 price used by SOS suppliers in the February and through March 2024 SOS auctions as a proxy price that will be trued up or down when the capacity price does become known, when it is final and not subject to additional regulatory or legal review. Both DPL and People's Council cite to Section 2.4 of the FSA. That section states in relevant part, except as provided in Section 2.3, which is Network Integration Transmission Service and Distribution Service, seller bears the risk of any other changes in PJM products and pricing during the term of the agreement. They both argue that this provision means that SOS suppliers are responsible for any change between the $66.77 price and the final zonal net load price, which is currently $175.22. That's incorrect. Section 2.4 is intended to address changes in PJM products and pricing that occurred during the term of the agreement. Energy prices can be resettled and change. PJM can create new products, the pricing for which will be borne by suppliers. PJM is pass-through reliability must-run contract prices, or change the renewable energy credit percentage requirements that change PJM pricing. Finally, changes in load forecast between the base residual auction and the third incremental auction can change the zonal net load price, but the underlying capacity price doesn't change. It can't change. There can only be one capacity price that applies for a delivery year in each relevant zone. Again, it doesn't change. They don't charge $66 for 3 months of a delivery year and then $175 for the remaining 9 months. There's one capacity price. It's either known or it's unknown. Contract interpretation supports our petition. Section 2.4 is a generic provision, while Section 7.1 is specific. It covers when the BRA price is known, you use it. If it is unknown, you use a proxy price. The specific intent built into the agreement is that the wholesalers would be protected because they were never intended to bear that risk. And again, the documents put in by staff show that the entire point of the proxy price was to ensure that there was a balance as to the risks that were borne by suppliers with respect to the capacity price. If the Commission doesn't stay true to the intent to treat capacity as a pass-through, then wholesalers lose confidence in the FSA in general and lose confidence in its ability in the other provisions of the contract that now need to be reviewed with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that there aren't similar circumstances like this. This is a circumstance the contract did not envision, and the Commission can't say that Section 2.4 is a catch-all that would cover an unintended or unexpected situation. In sum, it's manifestly clear that the intent of the parties to the FSA is to treat capacity as a pass-through. A unique circumstance has arisen where the BRA for delivery year 2024-25 was delayed, such that it was not run 3 years forward, and giving ample time for that judicial and regulatory review of the capacity price to run its course and for that price to actually be final. It is also unique that the capacity price was and remains subject to regulatory and legal review. As a result, although PJM published a capacity price of $66.07 in February 2023 that all parties to the auction believed to be known, the reality is that it wasn't by any common understanding of the word known. It's not known, it remains unknown. Moreover, the capacity price hasn't changed and it cannot change. That is not one of the pricing provisions in PJM that can change in the course during the term of an agreement. Section 2.4 does not apply and was never intended by the parties to the FSA to apply to the current circumstance because the parties intended Section 7.1T to apply to the treatment of capacity prices. The fact that Section 2.4 only applies to chart changes in PJM products and pricing during the term of this agreement, end quote, is further evidence of the inapplicability to capacity prices because, again, the price of capacity does not and cannot change during the term of the agreement during the delivery year. So SOS suppliers urge the Commission to act to uphold the intent of the parties to the FSA and treat the capacity price of $66.07 as a proxy price that will be trued up or down once the actual capacity price becomes final and unappealable, once there is an actual final zonal net load price. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, actually, before we get to that, I have a process question for you. We're required that parties that appear before us be represented by individuals who are members of the Maryland Bar. My understanding is you're not an active member of the Maryland Bar, correct?
I do have a colleague with me, Emil Barth, who is an active member of the Maryland Bar.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So with that, any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
Hey, just a couple questions. I mean, it's been a long administrative meeting, so I think we may continue with the theme of maybe trying to sort this out after this today. But probably what I think we can all agree is PGM has really made a mess of things, haven't they?
They sure have.
First of all, in 2020 with the when they delayed the auction, and then with the debacle in DPL South, with just the model that they used, created that mess. So I guess what we're trying to figure out now is, what to do going forward. It's my understanding. Did your group, did your I guess generators, suppliers, did they participate in the PIP, the procurement improvement process that was created after I guess 2020 to try to come up with a process with the FSA?
I can't speak to all of them. I do know that at least some portion of them did.
Okay, and I guess you heard from DPL. Are they? Is this a reasonable application of the FSA as it was established to try to, again, on one hand, to try to take care of the fact that there was this delay, but we still wanted to have successful auctions for to provide our standard offer service.
Yeah, absolutely. The use of a proxy price and the particular what was agreed upon amongst all the parties to not use a net zero but a net positive proxy price is absolutely appropriate for circumstances when the capacity price is not known, for circumstances like when the BRA had not been run. Absolutely.
Okay, so and as we're looking at just trying to figure out, how we approach this. I mean, obviously, as OPC has suggested, and I think it's a good suggestion, we take a look again at making sure our procurement improvement process does, establish what we need to do going forward. I don't know how much longer this is going to be an issue of PGM not able to operate their markets, but how they're going to figure out how we, again, maintain the our standard offer service auctions so that they are attractive to suppliers, because obviously we need our generators to have confidence, but at the same time protect our ratepayers from what has happened at DPL South, which I think even in your filing and other filing, everyone agrees these are unjust and unreasonable rates. So at this point, as we try to unravel this, trying to understand how we take care of whatever harms might be out there. At this point, are there true financial harms that are going to your to your clients as a result of this? And I'm not talking about the lost opportunity because of the windfall that otherwise would befall your clients,
Well,
but actual money out of your pocket.
So to be clear, the SOS suppliers are simply passing through the price that PJM charges for capacity straight through under the FSA. So the mismatch here is...
I understand all that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand as we try to, how quickly we try to figure this out.
Sure.
But is there actual financial harm other than, again, you're not getting the windfall from the DPL?
So I guess I would argue it's not. There's no windfall. So I'll use one example of one of the suppliers, Hartree Partners. Hartree Partners is they are a supplier here under the SOS. They will be paid $66. Have to pay $175.22 for capacity for the delivery year, and will be only paid $66. That's the financial harm. There's no windfall. If the price it is $175, if it were the reverse, right? We would simply be passing that through. There's not a collection of money on the capacity price. It's just a pass-through for every one of the SOS suppliers. So there's very real financial harm here because that delta, that's what they're not being paid, but they are paying that for capacity. They're paying $175 right now and 22 cents. That, in fact, today I believe will be the first bill that they get from PJM for capacity, and the first payment they will receive from DPL will be $66. That's the financial harm. There's no windfall for if the price were the reverse, they would not be making money in this instance.
May I speak to that point, Commissioner?
Yeah, please.
I think all the parties would agree that delta that Mr. Yuffie was just talking about is in fact a financial detriment to the suppliers if they are ultimately required to pay that difference. If not them, then it would be a detriment to the ratepayers. That is, that delta would be passed through to the ratepayers if that's how the commission decides it. But I would also note that if you mean on a broader level, does this place the suppliers in a position of being in a negative position on this contract? We don't know that. We do not have, information about what portion of their total price the capacity actually is. What, as I said earlier, what hedges might be in there, what profit margin is in there, what risk premiums are in there. We don't have that kind of transparency on their pricing. So while there is certainly a detriment that will flow one way or another, depending on how the commission decides, what, if any, financial harm there is beyond that, we don't know.
If I could just respond, so the financial detriment, again, the intent of the parties has always been to treat capacity as a pass-through. The price of capacity, the SOS suppliers, in their role as SOS suppliers, in terms of winning tranches in the auction, are indifferent to the price of capacity. Absolutely indifferent. So, yes, the ratepayers in DPL will pay if you were to agree with my argument. Then the ratepayers would, but they're paying that's the price of capacity. It isn't the price that the ratepayers liked, and the commission and People's Council are fighting that issue at FERC, and that is an issue to be fought at FERC in the courts. But that is the price of capacity, which is the entire point of these provisions of this agreement, is to pass through the price of capacity. Again, this is an incredibly unique circumstance, but it absolutely falls within the parameters of Section 7.1. The price wasn't known. If the true capacity price ends up being something less than $175, then the impact on ratepayers will be less because they won't have to pay as high a price for capacity. But the intent of this agreement is to treat capacity as a pass-through, and that's not what's happening if the petition is denied.
Okay. Again, and I think we probably want to wrap this up. But
Well,
we want to get to this. I mean, the fact that we do have, in fact, that the load group is got the pending 206, and so I think this is really a situation where this is not ripe for determination today because again, it's still before the courts and it's still live before FERC. So anyway, I think at this point, I think we should probably take this under advisement and.
All right. Well, actually, before we get to that, so did you have a response to what was said?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief. On the sort of overall nature of the changes to the FSA that came about because of the PJM schedule, and I think you can see this from the information from 2020 or 2021 that staff filed. I mean, an option would have been to rewrite the contract to say capacity is indeed a pass-through under any circumstances. We're going to just make that change. But that's not what the language is in the contract. The language in the contract is conditional. It says, under only certain circumstance, it's a pass-through. Would that be would a pass-through under all circumstances be an option we want to consider? Going forward, maybe, I think that's something we could talk about, but that's not that was an option then. It was not what happened. The language is conditional. And so, I think I disagree with the characterization that the price was not known when these auctions happened. Changes, as I said, changes can happen from the regulatory and legal process. And some entity has to take the risk of that. And our reading of the contract is that in this instance, the suppliers took the risk of that. There is a the BRA price can change and did change in this circumstance. In the normal course of things, the BRA price doesn't change, but the third incremental auction can come along and can change the overall price paid by load, but in this circumstance, it was indeed it is indeed unusual, and the price can change, and it did change.
So, DPL, do you have anything to add over and apart from what staff or OPC has said?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, I know it's been a long day. Just 2 quick points. First of all, just hearing what Mr. Yuffie, what his argument is, I'm wondering when exactly would the price be final? And because we need price certainty. And if the price is not final until essentially all appeals are played out, including going all the way up to the Supreme Court, it could be many, many years before we have price certainty. I don't think that's what's contemplated by the FSA. Moreover, the way that Delmarva Power is interpreting the FSA, that argument has to cut both ways. So in this case, it may be working against the suppliers, but if the situation was reversed, if the Third Circuit, if it invalidated what PJM had done, and then the result was a lower BRA capacity price, our interpretation would be then, well then, Section 2.4, that would serve actually as a shield for suppliers. And if the situation was reversed, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think the suppliers would be making the same argument about how the price has to be trued up. So under our interpretation, that cuts both ways. So that's all I would say.
So, Commissioner Such.
Well, yes, and actually following up from Mr. Seeger's comments, it seems like we have a known that doesn't seem to be known. So you have where the price is unknown, use proxy, the capacity price. Where the price is known, you use that price, except that it's not known until it's final. So then I don't understand what the term known means if it can only be known when it's final, and then why even use the term known? I mean, then it seems like that what you're arguing, Mr. Yaffe, is that there's either an unknown when you use the proxy or a final, and then there's not a it seems like the language is the language in the way that you're using it is rather imprecise and doesn't seem to reflect the fact that there are sort of terms of art there that have a meaning, but they don't have a meaning if final is only final, known is only known when it's final.
So again, the agreement was drafted in the notion under the rubric that these auctions are run 3 years forward. So since RPM was instituted, you've never had this situation where you've had a BRA price that was purportedly known, but then subject to review and regulatory review, legal challenge.
Well, then that sounds like maybe you need to make adjustments to the contract. But I mean,
But again,
if known is a known idea, I mean, you're now sort of suggesting, well, we didn't anticipate the situation, so we're going to make adjustments to what the language is that we assumed was the case, but now it's not the case anymore. I just don't understand, and maybe we need to wrap this up because we need to. I'm not sure that it's ripe for decision at this point anyway. But I'm just a little concerned about. I mean, you're a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, so we like to understand what terms mean, and then when you have a term that has a meaning, and then you make changes to it, that gives me a little bit of heartburn.
I guess what I would say is that the term, I think parties thought they understood what the term meant at the time that they drafted the contract, but that's not how it's played out. Mm-hmm. The fact is that price, again, this is the first time anyone's coming to you saying that the BRA price that was published by PJM was not known. That you've been presented with, there is no BRA price, what do we do? But you've never been presented with the BRA price was one thing, and then because of legal challenge, the BRA price is now something else. And again,
So you're saying that it was known, but now it's unknown.
correct. It was, and again, that leads you back to what's the whole point here?
Yeah, I don't understand how that can. I mean, there are situations that are not anticipated when you sign a contract. And parties can't say, well, we didn't anticipate that, and therefore we're going to change the terms of the contract. I mean, you know, going forward, you may want to put something into another contract, but I mean, if something was known and everybody understood the idea of that language is known, it's very hard to then say, well, we didn't anticipate something, so therefore known is going to become unknown.
Right. And I guess my point on that is, again, you go back to the intent, and the intent is the intent is to treat capacity as a pass-through. It's abundantly clear by the added language in 7.1T. The whole point of that was we don't know what the capacity price is going to be, so what do you do? How do you bid into an auction when there is no price, right? So what wasn't contemplated at the time was what happens if you bid into the auction at a price that you believe to be the price, but then turns out not to be the price. And I don't think anybody who drafted this agreement would say that Section 2.4 was intended to cover this with respect to capacity, because again, capacity price had never changed. It had never changed in the history of PJM running this auction.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to take this under advisement. I'm going to give any party who wants to make any further comments to us the opportunity to file those comments as long as they're into us by close of business June 21.
Also, just with those comments, it'd be interesting to know, again, the suppliers are on both sides. They are being paid capacity, and then they are also providing the wholesale. Is there any double counting that is possibly taking place in all this as well? So that would be, I think, maybe OPC or some of our experts might be able to
I think
help
that
us unravel that.
I think that kind of goes into the category of the pricing unknowns that are in there.
Yeah.
It's possible. They're certainly not going to be, I don't think they're going to charge twice for capacity. But as I said, in terms of what is actually in the price, as opposed to notionally in the price with under the contract, we just don't know. That is deliberately not transparent.
Right. Yeah, because in the PGM accounting system, somebody's going to get paid for the higher price. But anyway, that would be, if there's some way in the, not to prolong this any longer, that would be interesting to have that briefed as well, so we can have a better understanding of I guess, how do we keep the ratepayer whole, and what potential harms are out there.
Okay, with that, the administrative meeting is adjourned. We had another matter under commission review later on today, so we're going to